This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to a nice and hot Djuma private game reserve in the Sabi Sands, where we are sitting with a herd of kudu up on quarantine. And it looks like they are enjoying the sunlight as they're moving in amongst the clouds. You can see there's been a bit of a break. So we're enjoying a bit of the golden light this afternoon. My name's Tessa. I'm going to be your guide on safari here this afternoon. Behind the camera is Owen. And we are actually just enjoying a little bit of the sunshine, just like the kudu are. Beautiful golden light on their sides, and it looks like they're actually quite active. I was expecting them in the heat, now that the sun has broken through, to be sticking to the shade a bit more, but it seems they're absolutely loving it. They all seem to be coming out and walking through the open grass. So we have had quite an overcast day. It is getting more and more overcast as we go, but it's still very, very hot. It's probably about 29, 30 degrees Celsius, somewhere there. And we are expecting a little bit of rain later on, so it'll be interesting to see what happens this afternoon. We are looking forward to hearing from you though, so if you do have any questions or comments, please send them through. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv, or you can register on the Wild Earth website, head over to the channel page and submit your questions there. So it definitely seems like this is a herd of females and calves. I haven't seen any big bulls with them, and this is pretty normal. Kudu are gregarious. They like to be in groups, especially the females and youngsters. And the males are often only around when it's that time to start mating, so I'm not that surprised that there's no big bulls here. Oftentimes we see bulls in groups as well, big bachelor herds. Oh, those ears. So they are looking in absolutely stunning condition. They are healthy, their coats are glossy, those stripes are white. Really, really beautiful. And Lindy, good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to this afternoon. I think there's a few surprises in store, hopefully, depending on what Lauren and I find. And JP. Well, I think this is a pretty good way to start the afternoon, especially seeing them out in the open. It's not often that we get to appreciate kudu in an open grassy area. We know they're often up on quarantine, but you'll actually see them feeding more on the bushes. But as you can see in the picture, there's mostly big trees here, the occasional shrub here and there. And that's because kudus are browsers. So normally they'll be feeding on the leaves all around, and you'll probably find they're feeding on a herb, not actually the grass when they've got their heads down. But it's just so nice and unusual to see them out in the open and moving through the grassland, as opposed to trying to find a gap for them in the thickets. Oftentimes you'll find them just hidden away in the thickets, and it is quite early for them to be out and about feeding. They're normally only this active later on in the day. But I think I'm going to let them carry on with their afternoon. I'm going to head down towards one of the water holes, and while I do that, let's see what the weather's doing for the afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're looking at the clouds coming in, but we have something very exciting to show you today. Something that does this for a remarkably long time. My name is Lauren. I do have Davi on camera. Let's see if we can do that. One thing that's going to go against us here is the wind, and it's another creature that I found on my run. Okay, Dove. The angle's not going to be amazing, but here we go. It's a juvenile, it's a small one. Dove's going to let me know when he's got it.
Yep.
You got it?
I think so.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am showing you the first flower crab spider of the year. I don't believe anyone else has put it on camera. Now, I know it's not easy with the wind. It's actually extremely difficult, but what I am going to try and do is just hold this stalk and see if we can get some better views. But naturally, I don't want to panic the little guy. And then we're going to go deep into some information about this arachnid. It's not actually an insect, is it? Hello, I've been looking for you guys. There we go. Can you see that? Remarkable. You got a dovey?
Yep.
Where have you been? You're very young. They're normally a lot bigger than this. And to be honest, you may not really even know what you're looking at, and that's the whole point. They are supposed to be incredibly camouflage and blend in with the plant. I normally find them on the Waltheria indica, but not this time. I was just running and I don't even know what caught my eye. And what you guys will probably see is a bulbous body and huge arms that look like Popeye arms, like they've taken steroid, but it's actually 4 arms, 2 arms on either side together. And they're getting ready to, of course, snap anytime anything comes by. And I'm going to let it go, Davy. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen to the view.
Yep.
We'll probably have a bad view now, but that's the whole point. They completely blend in with their background.
Everyone wants to know how you saw it.
I'm just going to come back to the car to get into comms. I don't know. I'm obviously not a very good runner. Maybe that's why I'm not losing any weight. But I just ran and I've been looking for them. So I do look at the plants and I have absolutely no idea. And I've been promising you all a flower crab spider. So let's see if Davi can find it again on his own.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, Davi, you can do it even in the wind. You got him? Would you like assistance?
No.
He's been stubborn now. Now, they are extremely small spiders. They do get bigger than this. I think this one's got a few more molts to go. Well done, David. And they're very short and squat. I mean, they really range in size from about 3 to 11 millimeters. They're tiny. And naturally, their exoskeleton is cryptically colored. They need to blend in with the plant. They can change color, but it's not a quick change. It's more a gradual change over time to blend in with the flower of the plant that they're actually on. And the most common colors are pink, yellow, and white, or a mixture of all of those. And of course, they're ambush hunters. So those arms at the front, 2 legs on either side, a pair, are in that position the entire day, waiting for something to come down. And it's actually quite fierce what happens. So the insect will come to pollinate the flower, or at least drink from the flower, get some nectar. And the spider remains completely motionless. And she can detect the insect from very, very far away. Once she knows the insect's getting closer, she's detecting the vibrations of the movement on the insect. Once she knows the insect's getting closer to her, she clamps down with those outstretched arms and grabs them. And really, she can catch any insect 3 times her size. Sometimes it's been recorded even more. So I'm talking big butterflies and big moths that come down. And what she does is she bites the insect behind the head. And normally, immediately, it's killed. She does have venom. All spiders have venom. Can they all inject their venom? Not necessarily. But what happens is the insides of the prey actually are dissolved from enzymes within the venom, and she actually sucks it dry from the exoskeleton. And once she's sucked the insect or her prey, she drops the exoskeleton. I know, fierce. What a great start to the tribe. Okay, everyone, as I sit with my little flower crab spider, we are going to send you guys over to JP.
afternoon and welcome to Eco Trading Products. At the moment, we're looking at a wasp that has just caught a bee in midair, and now we're watching it as it's going to slowly start eating it. We're also going to just want to watch if it's actually going to eat it or if it's actually going to lay an egg inside it and then deposit it somewhere else. And we often do find that a lot of wasp species will actually lay their eggs in live hosts which they've paralyzed. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got BK. We're just going to try and zoom back onto that wasp before it disappears because it's such a fascinating thing that's happening over here. So now we're wondering, do we have parasitism that's taking place or actually a normal form of predation that's taking place? When it does come to bees and wasps, they're actually very closely related to one another. They belong into the same order. So let's see what they get up to. One of the things that I do find quite interesting is that many of the wasp species will actually parasitize other wasps and their eggs and larvae. And in that case, we refer to them as hyperparasitoids. But we also find that they will go for caterpillars as well as spiders. And one of the large spider hunting wasps that we do find around here often go for incredibly large spiders such as baboon spiders. And I've actually seen them in the past dragging them out of a hole after that they've actually paralyzed them with their sting and then dragging them several hundred meters to a hole that has been already created where they will dump them in and then leave them there. And then that live host will start being a food provision for the larvae of that wasp that then from there on will develop. Some species of wasp also has very sensitive receptors on the feet, and they actually can detect vibrations underneath the wood. And they specifically go for wood-boring beetles. And what I do find fascinating with those species is that they can actually push the other positive through that piece of bark into that wood borer larvae and then lay the egg inside it. Another thing that I do find particularly fascinating about them is that certain plant species have learned to actually evolve a strategy where they utilize wasps actually to get rid of caterpillars. And what these plants do is that they will actually create the scent of that specific species of caterpillar when those caterpillars start attacking them, and then automatically large numbers of these wasps will be attracted to a plant to come and deal with these caterpillars. However, in most cases, caterpillars feeding on a plant is not always a negative association. We also see that quite often they form a large amount of waste directly underneath a plant, which is referred to as frass, and that gets washed back into the soil and gets reutilized again by the plant.
So I've just arrived at Treehouse Dam. Doesn't look like there are any larger animals around, but there's definitely a lot of bird life. You can hear some birds in the background. And I just thought I'd spend a few minutes here just listening and watching because it is so beautiful here. Have a look at those cloud formations. It's just so dramatic. So I just want to listen for a little bit. I'm hoping to hear sounds of maybe branches breaking or elephants or buffaloes, anything like that. But also unusual bird calls. So let's have a listen for a minute. I can't even hear red-billed buffalo weavers, and this is where they nest. can see the big nest there in the tree. There's no activity from the buffalo weavers. But I can hear other birds. I can see the odd one flitting around. I think the weather's actually giving everybody a bit of confusion at the moment, because it's so hot and it's going so quickly between fully overcast and very, very hot sun, with quite a strong wind this afternoon compared to this morning. I think the animals know there's a weather change happening. There might be some rain. And so they are maybe a little bit more shy this afternoon, and that's totally valid. I completely understand it. So we will see what happens as the afternoon goes on. But always a pleasure to be able to spend some time at the dams.
Another one of my finds when I was on my run. Clearly, I'm just not a good runner, full stop. And I'm going to be honest with you all, I don't know what it is. I don't know what's happening here, and I'm hoping for your help. Now, it was blowing about in the wind. It's probably quite nice and still now. Is that right, Avi?
Yeah, that's
There's a cluster of white, I think it is exoskeletons actually. Sorry, I'm talking through as I'm going. When I first saw them, I thought they were insects, but now I think that they may just be the exoskeletons, or are they insects? It's definitely young. It's the nymph stage of something, I'm positive, and I honestly don't know what. It's a complete cluster. I mean, there's one random one down the way, but it's a complete cluster of maybe over 20 little insects here, and I just don't know if it is the exoskeletons left behind as they mold, because remember, insects need to mold, or if these have newly hatched. I'm really not sure, so if anyone does know what we're looking at, please do assist me. The insect world it's not something that I must say I absolutely know every single thing about. I don't. I'm also trying to learn. I'm also trying to dive into this diverse and colourful world that's full of drama and intrigue. Do you see any movement, Davi, on the close-up?
negative.
Nothing. It's very bizarre. I've never seen it before. But it could just be... Oh wait, this one's moving. Davi's moving. This one, look.
Oh, it's behind a leaf. Oh, here it comes. We see it.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's moving. Okay, so they are. It's not exoskeletons. I take that back. They've obviously recently hatched, and I don't know what type of insect it is. I'm guessing it's a nymph. Which means that as it molds, it's most likely going to change and look more like what it actually should look like. I mean, if you see what a praying mantis nymph looks like, it's not pleasant. Oh, the ants are biting me. How rude. Please don't bite me. So there you have it. Please, #WildEarth if you have any ideas. And once again, I really don't actually know. And I want to know. I think I should run more often. I'm going to jump in the car, Dav. But I do want you to give me that wonderful view that you were giving the viewers, so that I can have a bit of a closer look. Oh, would you look at that? It looks like little lice, but it most likely won't be. It will be the nymph stage that just hatched. That spider was also young. And I know it's the female. How do I know it's the female? Because the males are not so colourful. The males normally sit on the female's back, hitch a ride. It's actually safer to be on her back than to be in front of her face when she gets hungry. And they're normally brown and completely not colourful at all. So that's how I know we were looking at a female, and they do get bigger than that. Wow, I think we're off to an absolute banging start this afternoon. Okay, so we are going to continue our bumble. Naughty! How are you?
I'm very good there.
Are you going on drive?
Not checked of the alarm, even inside Torchwood. I was checking inside Torchwood.
Do you think she's in Buffelshoek?
No, I don't think so.
In Juma?
Yeah.
Okay, keep me updated.
So I don't know where exactly, but definitely she's in. because
Okay.
too many lions in Buffalo Soup. She's not gonna.
Yeah, I know that. I know she's in Juma. I just cannot pick up her tracks.
I'm thinking maybe somewhere Spaghetti Crossing, Batalia side.
Okay.
Like this, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Panoti.
You're welcome.
See you soon.
Yes.
My car's obviously not starting, but you heard that. That's Fanoti, one of the trackers. And that's the update about Kalamba. If you didn't hear, I'll wrap what he says shortly, but for now, over to Tessa. Candy Stripe Lily!
So I've done a little bumble past Treehouse Dam, and now I'm actually headed down towards the boundary, but I'm wanting to do one of my favorite roads on the property called Nyala Road, and particularly the southern half of Nyala Road is really beautiful, dips through the drainage line and always just seems to be quite productive. So that's the plan, and I don't know what we're going to find along the way, but with the weather the way it is, it almost seems like the herbivores are maybe a little bit more nervous, other than those kudus, which were very out in the open and happy about it. But there's definitely quite a few birds out. And it's quite typical because when there's a low pressure cell, when there's a lot of stormy weather building up, the pressure builds up and it's quite low. And it causes a lot of insects to come out of the grass, and so a lot more birds are out and about. They often might be calling a lot more too, if it is not too windy or too cold. The nice thing about today is it's not cold at all, it's actually quite hot, but it's overcast, so it's not that burning heat of the sun on your skin. And so the animals might be moving around a bit, not necessarily sticking to the shade when the sun is behind the clouds. At the moment it does seem to be a lot more cloud than blue sky, so I think it is going the way of completely overcast. Possibly some rain coming later. But the wind has picked up a lot, and that's also quite a saving grace because that breeze coming through cools everybody down and it allows the predators to be quite a bit more active. Even things like elephants will be more active with a higher wind. Just about to arrive at the boundary now. So because it has been quite a hot day, the weather actually changed very quickly. It went from very, very hot to all of a sudden very overcast. Granny Bumble, very cool name. Thank you so much. It's good to be back. Yeah, because there was such a big weather change so quickly, I think a lot of the animals were very inactive during the day because it was so hot that everybody was hiding in the shade, including us. We were all vegetating in the shade. And now with the weather change, I think things are going to start coming out again. It is still early in the afternoon as well. But it definitely looks like the herbivores have started moving because there's a lot of fresh herbivore tracks. So that's promising. I'm hoping that, you know, as I stay here over the next while, that there's going to be more and more insects that come out, especially with this heat after the rain. There's often a burst of insects, but they do need it to be quite hot as well, and it's been very strange weather. And when it's a little bit cooler, the insects won't be as active. So I'm glad that we've already started with some creepy crawlies this morning, although not an insect, and this afternoon. They're both just invertebrates. I think we are going to see a lot more insects. I have seen dragonflies, I've seen a few beetles, I've seen one butterfly since I've been back, just one. So I'm hoping that that's all about to change, because I love insects. Very fascinating creatures. Rick, that is a very tough question. Wow. The smallest insect, the most potent venom for its size. Oh, I actually don't know scientifically what that would be. know scientifically what that would be. I would think out here spider isn't that small, it's quite big, but they've got quite a potent neurotoxic venom. The rest of them, which are a lot smaller, things like honeybees and those smaller insects that sting even smaller wasps, like it's going to cause a massive problem. If it stings you, it just sometimes leaves a bit of a welt, a bit of swelling, a bit of redness, maybe itching. But if something like a spider hunt wasp were to sting you, that venom is quite potent. It wouldn't kill you, but it would certainly be a lot more uncomfortable than just a little bump. But I can have a look for you, Rick, and let you know if there is actually a scientific answer for that. I'm sure there will be somewhere, and I'm sure it'll differ geographically as well. But in my mind, that's got the most potent venom of the insects that sting. So not a scorpion, not a spider, those aren't insects. But I'll have a look for you, and if there is a different answer, I'll definitely let you know. I'm going to check what is at Twin Dams.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment we're watching a group of Egyptian geese with their chicks. One of the things that we did notice here 2 days ago was something really interesting. We had a water monitor lizard that was actually swimming across towards the chicks, and very quickly the male actually spotted the ripples on the water that was created by the water monitor, and then swam up to it, mobbed it, and moved it out of the area. I've actually never seen that before. It's just amazing how good they are as parents, and quite often when they are approached by potential threats, they'll actually fly up to them and into the potential threat to try and discourage them. I've seen them doing that with baboons in the past, as well as with mongooses that were trying to steal the chicks of the previous pair that was actually nesting around the dam. One of the other interesting things that we saw this afternoon was actually 2 laughing doves, which was lying with their wings spread open on the ground. And what they were doing is they were actually allowing ants to climb up onto their wings, so that the ants then could release formic acid the moment that they disturb them, and that in return will protect them against potential parasites that might be underneath the feathers. We're going to scan around with the camera, see what else we can find, and just do a short silent segment for the remainder and listen to all the different sounds in the background.
Another insect for the afternoon. It's all happening here. We've actually got a very old squished pile of dung, but the fact that it's squished is probably making it quite accessible to this blue pansy. Now this is a butterfly, and I think not a lot of people realize that they don't just drink nectar. I mentioned this the other day, but nectar will just not sustain them for all the flight, all the mating that's happening right now, all the competition. We don't see it, but there's a lot of competition right now to mate before summer is over. And of course, summer's got a little while to go, but it's all very fast and furious. And sugar is great. Nectar is great. I bet you it's just delicious, but it's not going to sustain them the entire way through the season, especially the females. They've got to lay eggs. But then you think about the males, they've got to produce really viable, strong sperm. So what they do, they will absolutely land on carcasses and drink blood. They will also land on dung and try and pull out some nutrients, salts, minerals, anything that they're maybe lacking. And what I always wonder about organisms, and it really fascinates me because I don't have the answer, is what drives them to know. A giraffe, for example, I need to chew a bone. I'm low on calcium, need to get a little bit of calcium in my body, I'll chew a bone. Osteophagia, geophagia. Like, we understand what they're doing. Yes, they're trying to supplement their diet naturally. But what is the biological intrinsic process that's telling them you're low on calcium? You're low. I mean, we have Google. Googling your symptoms is one of the worst things you can ever do. You always think you're just going to die. But how do they know? And how does a butterfly know, okay, I'm running a bit low and need to top up on natural salts and minerals and I'm going to head right to that dung pile? I really don't know. There has to be some sort of biological mechanism that the organism is aware of that says, okay, I need to do this. I'm not really sure what it is. But at the end of the day, that's what this blue pansy is doing. It's a remarkable species because it's very boring on the underside. When you see the underside, it's really drab and brown and just really boring and cryptic. But when it opens its wings and you see that flash of turquoise blue, it's really quite, wow, what just happened there? Yes, now you're showing off. And it makes it really easy to identify as a blue pansy. We also get the yellow pansies here. You do get soldier pansies, but I've never seen one. Roaming rhino, you're saying what a start, lots of insects. Indeed. I am heading to the usual spot that I always head to, but it's nice to just stop along the way. And again, if any of you really do know what those small little insects were, please let me know. I currently have no idea, so I'm hoping that you guys can maybe teach me. And that's another reason why we don't zoom over dung piles. Now, unfortunately, this dung pile has been squashed. It's a lot of traffic on quarantine. But generally, we do try to swerve. It won't just be butterflies, dung beetles, flies, ants, even spiders. All sorts of things will go into dung piles at different stages as well. Spiders will sort of head into a dung pile and create a web there, believe it or not, only once it's dried out. When it's not wet and soggy anymore, shall we say. It's really going for it. Oh, FC, you'll need to send that to me, I'm afraid. Okay, some of you are making suggestions and FC will send that to me via WhatsApp and we can go through it. Okay, butterfly, I'm not going to disturb you, but I am going to drive around you. Am I allowed to cry live? One more time. Okay, we're going to give you some beautiful views of quarantine because I clearly am not going anywhere. Hopefully we'll get her started soon. She's obviously not 100% fixed, that's for sure. Once we get her started, when we get her started, we will head to the hyena den. And hopefully it will be active. But for now, I believe Tessa's made her way to my favorite dam.
So I'm checking around twin dams at the moment. It looks like there's a nice bachelor herd of impala that are hanging around right at the northern end. But while we've been sitting here, there have been a lot of beautiful bird calls. We've had quite a strange sighting, actually. We couldn't work out what it was for a long time. We initially thought it was a hippo, then we debated, is it a crocodile? We weren't quite sure, but those two little nostrils that poked up and then disappeared again very, very quickly. And we've finally discovered the answer. It is an extremely, extremely waterborne hippo. It has not shown its head once. It looks like it's sitting at an angle, and all it's doing is poking just the tips of its nostrils out, and it looks like quite a small hippo. So it was very deceiving with the size, and only when we managed to look at it 2 or 3 times consecutively with binoculars could we actually see that it was a hippo, because it's so fast at popping in and out with just the tips of the nostrils that it was quite deceiving. It really was. So mystery solved. Owen and I don't need any more grey hairs, and that was starting to give us a few. And we finally figured it out. But it is nice and relaxed here with these impalas and all the woodland kingfishers. This is actually one of the biggest bachelor herd of impala that I've seen on Djuma. It's probably around 15 individuals. They're all spread out at the moment feeding, but you can see they're really taking advantage of the edges of the dam. And this is where there's still a lot more water in the soil, so the plants are more nutritious. Hello, sneaky hippo. And so those impalas are just enjoying, I think, a bit of the calm weather in case there is a storm coming. They're anticipating the change in weather, using the open area to their advantage. Although being at a waterhole does attract predators, so they've got to be careful, which is why a few of them are looking fairly alert. Rick, I had a look. You asked me what is the most venomous insect in comparison to its size, and the terrible entomologist that I am didn't even consider ants because they don't generally sting us. But the most venomous, or the most toxic venom for an insect in the world actually comes from an ant. It's a harvester ant, which is quite a common ant, but they don't really sting. It's just we know it's that toxic because of the studies that have been done on the venom. But it's not something that would kill you, it would just give you an allergic reaction. But in terms of the toxicity of the venom in comparison to the size, it's actually a harvester ant, which is the most venomous. But here, if we're looking at things that can and possibly would sting you, if you're looking at things like bees, wasps, hornets, I would still say it is the spider hunting wasp, which we would have to be concerned about because it can and readily will sting you if it needs to, where ants are much less likely to do anything. Interesting answer. Very, very interesting, because I think a lot of the time smaller things like ants, which are so common, we see them everywhere, we forget that they are actually quite toxic. There's an oxpecker hitching a ride. So those oxpeckers have gained a whole lot of new respect from me very recently. So oxpeckers, the 2 different species that you get here, red-billed and yellow-billed. This is a red-billed oxpecker. Yellow-billed was actually extinct from the area and reintroduced itself, unbelievably. But they're going to be going through the fur of these impalas, looking for ticks, looking for parasites. And I've actually just turned the bend and started recovering from tick bite fever, which I got here 2 weeks ago from walking in the bush and getting ticks on me. And I can tell you now it's not fun. So I've gained a very new respect for oxpeckers. Not that I didn't respect them before, but I do appreciate them more now, especially for the animals, because ticks carry diseases. And not every tick that bites will give an impala or a lion or a human a disease. It has to be an infected tick, and then it has to have a bacteria in it, a specific bacteria. And then you'll develop tick bite fever, or in animals, if it's a domestic animal, something like biliary or Lyme disease in wildlife. Quite a bit later, there's a bit of an incubation period. I love how the crown of that lapwing is catching the light. Molly, yes, animals do have very similar reactions to tick bite fever that humans do because it causes pretty much the same symptoms. It's a ridiculously high fever, so you get a bit of the chills, you get body aches, can cause quite a lot of headache as well, and animals will definitely experience the fever more than anything. That is worse than the other symptoms, I would say, although the headache definitely matches. But animals will develop quite a fever, and that's normally the first indication of figuring out if an animal is sick, is it will develop a fever. And a fever is just your body's natural reaction to fighting a parasite or anything in your body which is causing illness will be fought with fever. Your body raises its temperature to try and deal with it, and so animals will have the same reaction. Obviously, they can't just call a doctor and go onto some fancy antibiotics. So they have to fight through it naturally, and a lot of animals will. You can imagine they must have thousands of ticks on them in their lifetime, and of those, many will have a disease at some point that carry. But animals have much stronger natural immunity because they're exposed as youngsters, very, very young, very early on. They're already exposed to ticks. There's no avoiding them when you walk through the grass. And so ticks will be all over them. And that's why grooming is so important. But there have actually been studies that have showed that some animals will actively try and expose the youngsters to ticks early on, groom them off, but they won't, they kind of almost try to build the immunity by being exposed early on. And so naturally animals will have a much higher tolerance for something like tick bite fever than humans do, because it's not something we find in everyday life. I think it also depends on the area where you are, though. If you're a human, you won't get it everywhere. But obviously in an area like this where there's a lot of wildlife, there'll be a lot of ticks around, and so walking through the bush, whether it's for 2 minutes or 2 seconds, there's always a chance of getting ticks onto you. So I can tell you it's not fun, and I can tell you they are incredibly difficult to get off once they are on you. But I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer and just see if anything else comes down to the watering hole. So it seems like with the sun coming out again, it is getting very, very hot all of a sudden. We've got a bit of a break in the clouds again. And with that, a lot of insects, a lot of frogs, and a lot more birds have started calling. And it's always good. You can sit at a watering hole. It sounds uncomfortable, but in the heat, because that's when the insects and the birds are most active. And if that's something that you're looking for, that's a good time to do it. Also good for things like elephants, predators later on. But if you're looking for birds, bird calls, interesting insects, anything like that, now is a very, very good time to do it. So while those impalas are enjoying feeding, I just want to have a little bit of a listen, because there are so many different things calling, and just hear if there might be anything unusual amongst them, anything that we haven't heard a lot before. So just sitting here for a little bit longer, now that I can feel my skin actually burning in the sun, the temperature's rising quickly. It is so good to hear how many of the birds have started all of a sudden calling at the same time, right the way through from tawny-flanked prinias to woodland kingfishers and blackback puffbacks. They're all here, they're all making a noise somewhere from the drainage line. And it's so beautiful to hear. I haven't heard anything very unusual, nothing uncommon, but still stunning.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at a carcass of a hyena cub which was probably killed several days ago. We're not quite sure if it was actually killed by a rival group of hyenas or if there was some infighting maybe in between the hyenas, or if it could be potentially another predator that might have killed it. So at the moment we're just going to try and see if we can find any tracks around here. Although it's quite old, it makes it a little bit tricky to actually estimate to see any tracks. There's some faint tracks over there. I'm not going to ask Vika to come closer. What looks like vultures that actually might have disturbed the carcass a little bit earlier. Vika has a little bit of a gagger there at the moment. For me, I find it particularly interesting because there's a number of different fly species as well as a number of different beetle species. And all of these insects are very important when it comes to actually recycling this animal back as nutrients into an ecosystem. And they say that a group of blowflies can actually decompose a whole impala carcass within approximately 7 days. And that was done in a field study where they excluded carcass from other predators, put it into chicken mess so that no other predators could get to it. What I do also find particularly interesting in terms of forensics, or investigative forensics, they can actually use maggots to actually age precisely when a specific species has died, or a person has actually died when it comes to a crime scene investigation, as it takes a certain time of development that it takes to actually develop into a certain size and to also reach as it goes through different phases. So what we do often find is that we have a lot of competition between individuals within groups. And quite often in the case of hyenas, you'll even find already from birth that they will actually outcompete one another. And that's normally when you have same-sex cubs. But we also see eventually that there might be some fighting between individuals within a group. When it comes to other predators, we often see that they compete for the same food source, and therefore that they will very quickly try and outcompete one another. And the easiest way of getting rid of a competition is actually killing the cubs or the pups of another species. When it comes to hierarchy, we find that lions are right on top of that, followed by hyenas when it comes to competition between different predators, and they often will kill one another's cubs. When it comes to hyenas, we also find that if they're more numerous than the lions, especially when there's only lionesses around, and they outrank them by a 4-to-1 ratio, then we find that the hyenas will have an upper hand. If there's a male lion present, hyenas don't stand a chance. Then right underneath them is probably leopard, followed by wild dog and cheetah. And cheetah is probably right at the bottom of the pecking order. And they know it's best to actually move away from other predators if they are in a carcass and avoid any form of conflict, because any form of injury will actually mean that they can't hunt successfully again at a later stage. And they'll rather go and try actually again and make another kill. Good afternoon, Zephyr. Yes, no, he is definitely going to rest in pieces very soon, as he's been decomposed by both beetles as well as flies. But yeah, it's always sad to see things like this happening. But when it does come to competition, for example, between hyenas, it's actually a good thing as well, because we see that it allows actually for the survival of that species by the weakest individuals within that group actually being outcompeted. But still, we are actually only speculating because we don't know if it was due to interspecific competition or intraspecific competition within the group. So for me, carcasses doesn't really smell too bad. It doesn't bother me at all. Neither does fishing trawlers, as it's often for me opportunities to see both vultures as well as seabirds. Well, we're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find. But let's go and see what Rhea is up to. There's actually some really cool beetles here, BK.
We're also searching to see what we can find. I don't know if you heard Fernoti earlier. Fernoti is an amazing human who only recently got promoted actually to guide. He was always a tracker when I first met him, and he's incredible. he was telling me, we chat every day about Tlalamba because literally no one knows where she is and everyone wants to see her. He said there's no way she's in Torchwood. I wouldn't think that. It's very much Tandy's realm now. And he said he really doesn't believe she would have gone up into Buffelshoek. And I also feel the same. I really feel while she's got the young cubs, she's going to stay predominantly on Djuma. She may touch in, but Djuma is her core territory. She's the dominant leopardess of Djuma. And really, I remember someone suggesting that she's standing on Little Gowrie. No way! No way would that have happened. Djuma's where she's going to keep these cubs for now. Go too far west, you bump Shadulu. Go too far east, you bump Tandy. Go too far south, you bump Sabui, Langa, possibly Kuchava, and north is the whole Buffelshoek leopards. It's some we don't even know. So she's on Djuma somewhere. And he was saying he feels she's possibly on a kill around this area. So we're just going to check really carefully again. Look at all these little pans. This is a pan on pangolin track. Got wild dog puppies in there. Not very exciting, but still. Chelapan, we'll pop in there and we will do the Mulwati. They've got the rain roof on, but you know, I think we can do it. I think we can do Purple Eye Stand with the rain roof. Darby says no, but I think yes. It's going to be an interesting debate. Joanna, you're saying leopards are just so secretive. Absolutely, they have to be. It's not a cute thing or a cuddly thing. It's their survival mechanism. It's how they survive out here. Being elusive, secretive. 100%, especially when they've got cubs, my goodness. And it is Tlalamba's first, okay, it's technically her second litter, but I think she lost those cubs quite soon. This is her first litter that's got to this stage and she's getting mobile with. So she's also still learning, I guess, as a mom. Once you become much older and you've had many litters, then you're going to become a much more experienced leopardess. That's the same with us all, I guess. And we are just going to pop in at Chelapan. Chingana used to love lounging here. I had quite a few sightings with Chingana at Chelapan. And it's quite hidden. It's just off Twin Dams Road Junction Pangolin Track and it's full, but it's actually quite hidden when you're driving. So it's always worth just coming down here. And okay, not much was happening. But still, this is where we had Chella's Den. Chella from the Inkahumas is actually named after that pan. And Davi, you see at exactly 11 o'clock. I can't actually see what type of tree that is without my binos.
This one?
No, in the distance. 11 o'clock. There we go. Okay, maybe 10 o'clock then. That thicket in there. That's possibly an apple leaf. That's where Chilla's Den was with her 4 little cubs. That's where we found them. So she got named after that pan naturally because it's right beside this pan. I see a dragonfly, Darby. No, they've just got mobile. Highly mobile. Oh no, he's back again, 12 o'clock, just to the edge of the water. There we go.
It's a bit windy.
Nice one. What did you say, Davi?
A little bit windy.
Windy, I know. It's not the best day for doing insects. Shreya, you're saying you hope the all-girl team brings out the exciting things in the bush today. Me too. I hope all the exciting things come out in the bush. From insects to reptiles to spots and more spots. Tawniness, feathers, everything and anything. Okay, it is a bit windy to look at insects closely, but that's Chelapan. Okay, I'm just thinking where to go next. I think we will just check the hyena den. It's been active very early these days. And then we'll bumble on and see where we go next. We are just driving down one of my favourite roads. Once we get a little bit further down, we're going to stop and give you a view. The skies are very dramatic. Blue sky mixed in with dark clouds, mixed in with very light, fluffy candy floss. And we'll stop in listening. Although it's windy, listening is very important in the bush. It's a skill that you tend to sort of forget a little bit. Oh, there's an impala. When you're driving and you've got your engine on. So we're just going to sit here for a moment and listen. So nice just to stop and sit, but today it is a little bit windy.
So although it looks like we're looking at the grass blowing, we're trying to get a decent view of the Coqui Franklin, and it seems to not be very interested. So it was actually in the road as we pulled up, but they crossed the road so quickly and then it disappeared into the grass. And they're normally in pairs as well, so there might be another one somewhere close by, but still beautiful to see that golden orange head sticking out of the grass. Definitely not one of the more common franklin species that you get here. Normally you would be looking for crested franklins. And so every time you see these, it's always a bit of a treat. You can see the wind has picked up quite a lot though. The grass is blowing quite heavily. And I think that's also adding to this Coqui Franklin being a bit more nervous. But I can't see it anymore, so I'm actually going to carry on. We're actually busy driving up Cheetah Cut Line at the moment. Just checking if there has been any activity throughout the day of animals crossing. The road is nice and sandy, so tracks are a little bit easier to see. Well, it's just always quite a productive road, so I'm hoping that we find something along here. I would love a much better view of a Coqui Franklin. They are so beautiful. It's got such a distinct golden orange head and then this black and white barring across the body. Such striking feather markings. It definitely seems like it's a birding kind of day. I've seen a few glimpses of birds of prey as well. It's very, very quick. Yes, birds might get irritated by ticks, whether they're big or small. I think it's probably more likely in bigger birds, maybe like a southern ground hornbill, because they're walking through the grass as opposed to something like a lilac-breasted roller, which would be perching in trees. But it's definitely something that they would be concerned about. They are very meticulous with preening their feathers, so they do normally get most of the parasites out. The main parasite in birds would probably actually more be things like mites and flies. There's a species of fly that looks like a spider, and those tend to bother the birds quite a bit. You'll often find them if you ruffle through a bird's feathers, especially near the head and the chest. But ticks would be a concern for anything out here because they're looking for blood, so they'll attach to anything, and I think it's much more of a problem with ground birds, even things like a coqui franklin. But they are very, very good with, excuse me, preening. I've got something stuck in my throat. So I don't think that it's as much a concern for them as it would be for something like an impala. Also, it's much more difficult for a tick to navigate through the feathers than it would be to navigate through fur, I would think. But it is always interesting when you can do surveys and things like that, and you can observe an animal. For example, if you're having to remove a collar or add a GPS collar, any biometric data that you're wanting to get from a darted animal, is a very valuable opportunity to actually have a look through and see if there is any particular parasites or anything like that. But obviously, you also don't want to handle an animal too much. So there's a fine balance. With birds, when people are ringing birds and doing bird studies, you can kind of run your finger through the feathers a bit, but you also don't want to ruffle their feathers too much because they're obviously very specifically designed and placed by the bird and groomed and preened in a specific way so that they're nice and aerodynamic. But it is a very interesting process to see. I mean, it's, like if you're looking at dung beetles, for example, the little mites that clean their bodies, they can't survive without those mites. But if you didn't actually have a very close look at one, you almost need a microscope to see all the small mites. You would never know. I think there's hundreds of species of dung beetle in southern Africa alone. And for a lot of them, they have a specific species of mite that lives on them. Species specific, so you can imagine it's quite an intricate and complex relationship and world. So I have seen tracks of a very big elephant in the road, and I can actually see every now and then where he's dragging his trunk too, so I'm hoping we find him. Benjamin, it would be very difficult to prove that a specific animal has a headache, but I can only imagine that they can get them. They have pain receptors like we do, especially the mammals. So I'm sure that they do get some form of headache, and they would definitely get the muscle stiffness. They would definitely get the kind of tense feeling. They get a very tense feeling. So I'm sure they can feel headaches. It would be very difficult to prove. I'm sure if you looked at brain chemistry and hormones, you might be able to see it. But you can definitely tell when an animal is feeling ill. And I can only imagine that they would at some point get headaches, because mammals are structured very similar to one another. So I would think it's definitely there, especially with the level of headaches that you get. I think animals would be very hardy if they didn't feel it at all. Kind of takes you by surprise how intense the headaches are. And neck stiffness and jaw stiffness. Very unusual. I think the stiffness in the neck and the jaw in particular, though, are much more specific to humans, not necessarily animals. It's one of the telltale signs of tick-bite fever in humans. I mean, that being said, though, how would you test that in an animal? You can't really ask an impala if it's got a stiff neck. You might just notice it's not moving as quickly. It's nice to see that there's so many marula fruits as well now. Quite big ones, they're green still, but a lot of them are dropping down already. Not quite orange. But it does mean exciting things are coming whenever there's marula fruits around. You'll find the elephants, you'll find baboons. It's always entertaining because they'll do pretty much anything to get to the marulas. Mindy, actually yes, I'm sure that some mites do have mites depending on the size. But pretty much every living thing will have something or the other that lives on it. We have mites living in our eyelashes and in our hairline and eyebrows. There are mites specific to your face and your facial hair that live in your pores. So I'm pretty sure mites have mites. At some point, at some level, they'll have a mite on them somewhere. So it is very, very interesting. I mean, you'd really need a very strong microscope to be able to see that. I mean, I know having studied insects, just to see the details on something like a fly, you needed a powerful microscope, let alone looking at a mite, which is almost literally microscopic. I know that the mites that we have are microscopic, so you can't see them with the naked eye, you can't feel them, they're so small, but they're there. They're definitely there. Momo, don't worry, you don't need to feel itchy all over. We've all got things living everywhere, and we just it keeps us healthy. If you think about it that way, it keeps our skin healthy, keeps our hair healthy. These things happen. All of the small things that are around all the time. But maybe best not to try to think about it if it makes you itchy all over. It's a bit of a strange feeling to know that they are there, but I think if we were to get rid of every living thing that came into contact with us at some point or another, we would probably not have an immune system at all. We wouldn't survive. So they actually serve quite important purposes. Okay, so I'm actually going to check down one of the drainage lines just straight back down to the southern side of Djuma and just see what I can find. Seems as though there's just a few fresh hyena tracks here, nothing bigger than that, but you never know what we'll find. I'm actually really hoping we're going to find that big elephant, so it looks like he's come down this way. So, crossing fingers.
Welcome back to Eco Training Islands. At the moment, we're just driving around and see what we can find. It's incredibly quiet so far because it's also incredibly warm. I'm just going to see if we can actually move to one of the other watering holes. This is something that's caught my attention and my hearing. I just want to listen again. One of the little birds that you can hear in the background there is a rattling cesticula, which is probably one of the most common cesticula species that we find in the bushveld, but they're always away from water, unlike some species, which is also always closely associated with water. Into the open plains areas, we often find two more cesticular species in this area. For those who are not familiar with cesticulars, they are small little brown birds, which is called by most birders little brown jobs, purely because they're too lazy to actually identify them. All these little birds have got their own distinct flight patterns as well as calls, which makes it actually very easy to identify in combination with habitat that also will help you to identify them. Coming back to the other two, which I was going to mention, they are cloud cesticula. Sorry, not cloud cesticula, my apologies. They're desert cesticula, which we recently found on the Pridelands, as well as sitting cesticula, which also goes by the name of fantail cesticula. The call that I also heard a little bit earlier was a call that sounded like and that was from grey penduline tit, a social bird species which forms small little flocks, and they're also South Africa's smallest bird species. They weigh roughly some 6 to 7 grams in total weight. We're just going to continue driving and see what else we can potentially find.
Now, I possibly have chosen the worst day for insects, sorry, Dobby. I felt like you needed a challenge. But I think I may have come across a species that I've not put on camera before. I keep a list of all the butterflies I've ever seen, and I think that we are looking at the eastern scarlet. Now, when we first arrived, it had its wings wide open. You could see that incredible orange color, but sadly it's closed its wings, which is not ideal. We'll just give it a minute or two to see if it does open its wings again, and then I'll show you on the book what the sort of top part of the wings should look like. But it's windy. Poor cameraman. Hyena day, no adults, 3 cubs are all out sunbathing. But as you know, we don't stay there. So we'll keep bumbling, and I want to scratch around the Mowati, see how far we can get in the dry riverbed today. I'm sure it's the scarlet. You get the bush scarlet and the eastern scarlet, but I'm pretty sure this is the eastern. But it would be delightful if it would open its wings. You were just doing it. Look at those clubbed antennae. Do you see them? Very fine antennae, and right at the end they're clubbed. Oh, my director said it was for my eyes only, but I think we're getting an open wing. Come on, come on. You can see that flash of bright orange though. It's almost fluorescent. I think it is. I'm pretty sure. It's an eastern scarlet, which is a new one for me. And if you are keeping a butterfly list, then I hope it's a new one for you guys as well. Okay, Davy, shall we show them what it should look like when it opens its wings?
Sure.
But I may be wrong. It's tricky. This one up here, eastern scarlet, when it opens its wings, it should look like this. Gorgeous. I mean, really, really gorgeous. But it's clearly not willing to cooperate. Come on, little one. 30 more seconds. It's also a method of thermoregulation as well, very similar to elephants, because when it opens its wings completely, it's a larger surface area to absorb more heat. Eyes on spots? Eyes on spots. Good question, and I actually should have highlighted this on the picture that I just showed you in the book. Shall we go back to it? Boing, boing, boing. Okay, the eastern scarlet. If you look at the very bottom part here, it looks like the wing's been damaged. It's actually not. It's a completely natural wing pattern. And if you just move over to the one where the wings are closed, you can see it from the side as well. So I can completely see why you asked that question, but it's just a natural wing shape. They are all different. All butterflies have the same basic shape, but generally speaking, all their wings are different. So good question, and that's another reason that I think it definitely is the eastern scarlet. It's just nice to get back into my butterflies. I'm a little bit out the loop. I'm a little bit behind. I got really into the ID, but when you don't do it for a while, then you come and go just a little bit out the loop. However, I think I'm getting back into it again. I don't think it's going to open its wings, but anyway. When it closes its wings, it can cool down, because if you think about it, it's now very, very thin. There's not much surface area to the sun to absorb heat. So it's a funny kind of day. So I think it was trying to heat up, and now it's got a little bit hot, and it's also trying to cool down. They're ectothermic after all, so they have to have some sort of way of controlling heat or controlling their temperature. Oh, many of you are saying it's also the first for your butterfly list. How wonderful. Lists, lists, lists. Keep them coming. I love lists. Even when I don't really need one, I still write one. Is that the Wahlbergs calling? I'm pretty sure that was the Wahlbergs. We're in the area. Okay, butterfly, thank you for not cooperating with us, but that's okay. You didn't fly away. So I forgive you. Eastern Scarlet. You do get the common ones, the guinea fowl you see everywhere, the monarch. Forest monarch. Are you named after the monarch butterfly? Because butterflies are your absolutely favorite insect. Well, I'm glad I stopped for them. Picked the worst day weather-wise, so Walbert's gone. The worst day in terms of wind, but still, I think Davi did a really good job there. But the diadems, the monarchs, the guinea fowls, the African vagrant, they're the most common ones right now. There'll be a lot of blues as well, but because the blues are so small, they're not so easy to pick up. But it changes through summer. You'll see in a few months there'll be a different array of species that you'll see. It sort of goes like this in terms of the species. They all have different life cycles. So the eggs are going to hatch at different times and they all live for different lengths of time. Okay, I know Tessa was at Twin Dams earlier, but I'll just quickly check that nothing's changed and then head into the Mawati. Okay, I'm gonna pop into the Mawati, see if we get lucky, and we're gonna send you guys over to Tessa.
Drainage lines are the best place to be. So I am actually bumbling along now towards Chitwa. I want to go down and see if we can maybe get a view of Langa because I have not met her. I think it would be wonderful if we did get to see her. So I'm slowly ambling that way. It's kind of one of those things you start doing when you get to Juma. You start counting how many leopards you've seen and which ones and connecting the web of where they fit in. It's so interesting because the dynamics here are so well studied compared to so many other areas of South Africa and the world. And it just, yeah, it almost feels not overwhelming, but I want to say overwhelming in a good way. It's so exciting to be able to connect those dots and put the network together in the Sabi Sands. And I think it's something that pretty much every place should actually strive to do, is kind of try and connect the web as best as they can and understand what's happening, where the different animals are, not just with leopards but with wild dogs, with hyena clans. They were so understudied in terms of dynamics. And it's so fascinating to be able to actually see the web and connect the dots. And every time you add a piece to the puzzle, every time you add a new character to your own repertoire, because, you know, I've seen them on WildEarth before, I've heard of them, I've heard the stories, I've read about them, but to see them for myself kind of solidifies it. And that definitely becomes, it becomes very special, if I can put it that way. To see them in person and actually then just have that little bit of a connection, and you can kind of let all the dots fall into place. Oh, hello Swainson's very foul. Two of them splitting. Definitely one of those afternoons where it seems to be birds and insects. So, I'm happy that you agree with my view. We definitely would not do very well at all if we didn't have insects and mites, and pretty much everything that's out here is here for a reason. In the natural world anyway, everything that's naturally occurring is here for a reason, and that's why a lot of the time it's a slightly tougher conversation to have, but a lot of extinctions happen for a reason as well. At the moment, obviously, there's a lot of human influence, and that's a whole separate conversation. But everything that is here is usually here for a reason. And I think without anything, a lot of people wonder why we can't get rid of mosquitoes or flies, all of them in the world. And it would cause such a huge problem if we did, especially flies. It would cause a massive problem if we decided to just try and get rid of them, because they are so important ecologically. Everything is. And it's something that I only really learned to appreciate. I always appreciated nature. There is something walking across the road. Sorry, I will get back to that thought. And there's a game viewer there as well. Oh no, it's just impalas. Al salam, everybody. Al salam. It looked like it might have been something like a lion. You never know. Gotta check these things. But what I was saying is there was, it's something that you only really learn when you kind of study it in depth. So for me, I always loved nature, I always loved wildlife, but I didn't really have a look at the small things until I actually studied them at university. And then it was like the world changed all of a sudden, where you would look at a picture and see a leopard. Now you're seeing a leopard, but you're also seeing all the small things in the herb layer of the grass, and the insects buzzing past, and the birds and the mites, and everything kind of just makes this web. And when you look at the interactions between those, that's what makes the biggest difference, because it's something that you wouldn't think to look for unless you knew it existed. Very few people would think to look for those interactions unless you were really interested in it, or unless you knew things like that existed. And of course I knew insects existed, and I always knew there were interactions, but to see the intricate web, that only really started when I studied everything in depth between doing the animals and the insects at the same time, and how it's all interlinked. It was mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. But I can get talking for hours on that, so I should probably carry on driving and look for some animals while I'm talking. I actually love this little pan. This little pan here. This is actually the last place that I saw my reaps. This little pan. I wonder if there's anything here. Maybe we can have a look. Maybe we'll find some dragonflies. Dragonflies. Oh, it's filled up quite nicely. Just want to have a quick scan while we're sitting here. I know there's not anything huge, but it is still nice to have a look around. And especially with the longer grass, almost a bit of reed on the sides. It's a great place for insects and frogs to be hiding. Turn my radio down. Oh, it's so peaceful. See, I'm one of those people, I could sit at a pan like this all day just to see what comes and goes, and kind of compare it day over day with how the weather's been at what time, and the scientist in me wakes up. It's not there all the time, I don't think. Really beautiful scene regardless. I know that there's often a lot of hyena activity around here, and especially with Thandi and Marips being local to this area, I have seen Marips here quite a bit. It would be lovely to see him again. But it seems like it's more starlings than anything that are active here. You can actually see there are definitely smaller insects on the surface of the water. You can see the water, it looks like raindrops. Dwayne, animals that I could watch all day. I think I could spend pretty much all day with any animal. But my favorites would probably be elephants, because they're constantly moving and feeding, as opposed to the predators, which during the heat of the day are normally very flat, even wild dogs. And I quite enjoy some of the smaller antelope as well, things like steenbok. They're very fascinating. So the predators for me, in the heat of the day, it is lovely to be able to sit with them, but they're normally very, very flat in the heat. And that's fine. It's not a problem. It's still an absolute pleasure to be sitting with them. But when you could use that time for something like even hyenas, which are more active, or elephants in particular, which are constantly active, there's so much more you can learn from them in that time than if you were sitting with, say, a sleeping leopard or sleeping lions or a sleeping pack of wild dogs. As stunning as they are, you can use that time with a different animal much better if the animal is moving, and then you're constantly learning from it, you're watching it, you're observing, and every time you observe, you're solidifying things in your head, but also there's always the chance that you're going to see something you've never seen before. And yes, there's a chance of that happening with predators sleeping too, but just much more, to me, much more scientific value comes from watching animals that are moving and constantly interacting. And elephants are the best for interactions, movements, constant feeding, and very, very intricate system. The way that they work is so different to everything else and very fascinating. So I think I would have to say elephants. Gentle giants. Best gentle giants. Stunning. Well, other than the few little insects that are tapping on the top of the water every now and then, and the occasional insect that's coming past, it doesn't look like there's any butterflies or dragonflies around. But that's okay, I'm sure I'll find them somewhere else. I think for now, though, I'll just appreciate a bit of the view. All of a sudden, the birds have gone quiet. All I can hear is an Egyptian goose, and it sounds like it's coming from Chitwa Dam. There's no more starlings calling. Oh wait, there is a bird. Definitely seems like all of a sudden everything went quiet. And it makes you wonder what they know that you don't know. But they're coming back again. They were just temporarily quiet while the wind picked up a bit. Yeah, they're definitely picking up a bit more. So the temperatures all of a sudden dropped quite a lot as well. The cloud cover's coming back in. I can hear some hippos in the background, so I think everything is now going to start becoming quite a lot more active as it's cooling down, and obviously getting later in the afternoon, that's getting better and better. I would love to see an elephant come along now and start splashing around. I think what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to leave this little wallow. Now a pond. When I was here last, it was more of a wallow. I'm going to carry on down towards Chitwa Dam, see if there's anything around there. Catch up with some baby hippos maybe. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dion.
See if you can make your way into that lighting.
Copy that, thank you. Wonderful news, everybody. Lunga is still there.
You got Emma on
So
there.
excited to meet her. Yay. I wonder what she'll be doing.
Team Wendy drove up the Mowati as much as we really could. It's beautiful, really beautiful. No signs of cats. And now we have to sort of loop around and go to the northern part and come south again. There's a chunk in the middle, or about 2/3 down, it's really not drivable anymore, which is so sad. It collapsed. But we're going to go right round. These are good roads to check anyway. And then Sorry, I was just listening. I think we've got a policeman. See just here, Dobby, at your, oh, it's flying. I think it's on a WildEarth. You got it?
Sorry, where is it?
9 o'clock. It's flying now. It's either a two-pip or a striped. I need to get a closer view.
Oh dear, flew off.
That he just flew off. Oh dear. Well, that did not work. However, we shall keep looking at butterflies. Yeah, he's flown off. So yes, that's what we're doing, checking these roads. Any signs of movement, we'll pop back into the Mowati the other side. It's going to be a bit of a mission, but it's a doable mission. I won the debate. Yes, I did. This is a really easy 2-track, we should be fine. But if it gets too thick, then we'll abort. Rock Candy Susie, you're asking about dragonflies. I don't have one to show you, I'm afraid, but I do believe the emperor family is the largest. They are the ones with so they're really large. I mean, you can see them from really far away with heavy set, bulbous bodies and really large wings. I think I might be able to quickly show you them if you give me 2 seconds. I've got my dragonfly book here. I'm definitely out of touch with my dragonflies as well, but they're broken down into different families. There's a lovely diagram that does actually show you, if only I remembered what page. Yes. These are the damselflies. Oh, sorry, Dobby. That's not what we're looking at all. Oh, well, there's the emperors. The emperors and hawkers. It's not the... I hear you, Bushwhack. It's not the diagram I was going to show you, but these are the largest. And you don't just find them in South Africa, but you can see the coloration it's really colourful. The blues, the greens tinged with yellow, a little bit of brown. And that's the largest group of dragonflies that you'll find out here. And they are quite distinctive, really. Now, going back to this diagram, the original one I wanted to show you, there's different families, 6 different families in South Africa, not globally. And you can see that the smallest ones you will find are the clubtails, which go by Gomfide, if I pronounce that right, and then also the emeralds, which go by Cordulidae. They are the smallest, but it's hard to say because these ones, the skimmers and the widows and the dropwings, are also quite small but more bulbous bodies. So it depends on what you're really referring to. But if you just look over here, you'll see the emperors are definitely, without a doubt, the largest. 11 species found in South Africa. There we go. See, okay, Lauren, note the page. 104. 104. Okay, so whenever I try to show you that again, it's 104. The buffalo are on Gallagher shortcut, so once we've done our sort of eastern check and check the Mowati, we'll then head towards Gallagher shortcut and pick up the buff. They were right on the edge of quarantine this morning. It was lovely. It's lovely to see them on Juma again. Junebug, I have not heard your name in a while, and it's lovely to hear it. I hope you're doing well. Junebug, you love insect days on safaris. You know, some people really don't, but we're just surrounded by them. I mean, they are everywhere, and in winter I really feel their absence. I really notice that the land is just not pulsating quite the same. So I always do like to try and pepper my drives with some insects, and I'm also learning. Many of you thought mealyworms. Simone, Shreyas, Donna, I think you all said mealyworms, and I do have to say, after doing a little bit of research on my phone, I think you might be right. I have to research it further, but definitely those white sort of tiny, scaly, lice-looking insects, I think maybe mealyworms after all. So thank you everyone for that. I've really never seen that before. Insects are a delight though. I spend all day just looking in camp to see if I can find any dead insects. Not that I want to see dead insects, but it's nice to bring them here and really go through it all with you. All I can see in this road is my tire tracks because I do this every single day. It's a really, really nice patch of road. It's gorgeous soft sand. So if there are any fresh tracks, I would be able to pick them up immediately. And I'm sad to say there are not. Mowati does a really good job of keeping all male leopards out of Djuma. Oh my goodness, those comms were like 1 out of 5 there, FC, I'm afraid. Broke up quite heavily. I'm intentionally driving a lot slower today. And sometimes you do pick up the speed because you're in this situation where you want to get somewhere. You want to get from A to B, or you want to check this area and then check this area. So I'm going to slow it down today. You never know who may be looking up a tree, or who may be lying in the long grass, or whose tracks are so faint. So I'm driving a lot slower. Still haven't found my orb web spiders yet. That's the next one I'm on to. Got my flower crab. Yes. And I bet you now that I've seen one, I'll see hundreds. I don't know where to go. Quick check to Gori Pan or straight along Central. We may as well check Gori Pan if we're here. And then come back along Central and go into the Mowati. Okay, I'm gonna just check Gori Pan because, well, I'll be annoyed if I don't, and I believe Tess has made her way down to Langa.
Right now, and I can tell you she is even more beautiful in person. Wow. So this is the same area where she was this morning. I believe she has a kill higher up in the tree. We haven't spotted it yet, but apparently it is quite well hidden and quite high up. But we're so lucky she's chosen such a beautiful horizontal branch low down. And you can see she's just stretching her head down as the tree curves there, enjoying a low branch, low enough that our roof doesn't interfere. Aren't we lucky? You can see she is quite hot. You can see she is panting there. And she's listening to a bit of the movement. There are some game viewers around us, and so that's what she's listening to. I don't know if anybody wants to let me know what their favorite feature of Langa is, what's the most striking thing about her. But for me, it was actually her whiskers. They are so white and so close together, it looks like a white bar across her cheek. Very similar to my ribs, she's got quite heavy ear tufts. Not quite as handsome in terms of the furnituring, but a beautiful leopardess. She doesn't look like she's eaten an awful lot. Her stomach is not massive. It's not obstructing her from lying comfortably on the branch. But you can see she is very well camouflaged where she is. She is comfortable. And the way she's lying, she's so flat on that branch that you actually can't really notice the bulge of the shape of her body. And this is why a leopard's camouflage is so incredibly important. That mottling that you can see coming through the leaves behind her, that is why a leopard has rosettes. This is the perfect example. It doesn't just help in the grass, it helps in the trees. That stunning pattern on her coat makes her look like she's blending into the sky behind. Jerome, thank you so much. I can't take the credit. She was here this morning, but she did move. But luckily, there were some people here and they could get me in. I love that little toe stretch she did there. Oh, wow, those eyes. Nope. So she's actually got very distinct barring on the back of her ears as well, that spot coloration. The black and white. Oh, Nicanova, that would be so wonderful. It's so special to meet a new leopard, I think. Especially knowing Shasha was one of the first leopards that I met here. So to know that this is Shasha's sister, for me, my heart is happy. I'm always happy seeing a leopard, but I think, Nicanova, you can remember from last time, Kuchava and I just had this weird connection, and I don't know why, but she is my leopard, and I'm absolutely desperate to meet her little one. And I'm hoping I get to meet her soon. She looks just as striking as her mother in photos. And actually, even looking at Langa, she looks very similar to Shasha. Smaller, but similar. It's quite strange to think that, such a beautiful leopardess, and she's actually bigger than I expected for such a young age, that, she is so independent and successful at just over 2 years old. But very similar to Shasha, also such an independent leopard. And I'm wondering now, with the changing over of territories, this is normally where Sibui would be, and now if we're having more of Langa, maybe we won't see as much as Sibui. So it's going to be quite an interesting interaction as we go with all the different dynamics happening in the leopard movements, just to see how it actually plays out in the future. But I'm definitely sticking around here as long as I can. Hopefully we'll see her open her eyes again just now.
Welcome back to Eco Trading Providence. At the moment we are in a small little pan, and what we are looking for is African bullfrogs. So far we have not been lucky to actually find any of them around here. So generally when it does come to breeding, African bullfrogs need at least 3 consecutive days of rain before that they will actually start breeding. And we actually haven't had as much rain as we had last year. And last year I've never ever seen so many African bullfrogs, and especially little ones, moving around throughout the veld. It was very pan. I've also watched actually one of those brown eagles, which is known as a lesser spotted eagle, actually capturing these African bullfrogs and then consuming them. It's not only frogs that actually will utilize these little pans. We also find that there's a wide range of other species of insects and fish which will utilize pans such as these. And one of those are a fish species which we get in the northeastern parts of Kruger National Park, which is known as a seasonal panfish. I find them particularly fascinating as that they lay their eggs, and those eggs can remain dormant within the soil after that the pan has dried up for almost over 2 years. And once the correct water pressure has been reached again after good rains, those eggs will then hatch and the fish will complete the next part of its life cycle. We also find that dragonfly larvae will also use these as hunting grounds, as well as insects such as water scorpions will use them for hunting. So if you ever wondered how these little pans form, they actually form on rainy days when an elephant comes past, puts his footprint into a muddy area, and very soon warthogs will start actually wallowing in there. And over time, these wallows become progressively larger and larger, up to the point that even elephants will utilize them for wallowing purposes. They even can become homes for species such as hippopotamus, where they are actually large enough.
So we still have a very relaxed Lunga up in the tree. And she's moved around a little bit. She seems to be stretching every now and then. But I just find it fascinating that she is so comfortable with her head hanging low like that. Kind of lower than her body. Although, I mean, it is a perfect curve, I suppose, to support her neck. But from this angle, what you can see really beautifully is actually how muscular her forearm is. Have a look at that from her shoulder down to her elbow joint and then down towards the paw. She's got very muscular shoulders and where we would consider it a bicep. Very, very impressive. And then that beautiful little paw with its silhouette. And to think she is a formidable predator. Forest monarch, yes, the silhouette of light is always so beautiful, especially if you've got a leopard up in the tree. You know, that you can see it glowing around her paw. You know, it gives it a very different feel to if we were on the other side and looking at her with the golden light on her as opposed to looking at her with that silhouette behind her. And I feel like leopards have a bit of an aura anyway. They are so charismatic. Oh, hello. You're looking a bit hot. But she's got a presence about her regardless. And so that just accentuates it, doesn't it? Audrey, you like her eyes. I think her eyes are very striking. We've seen them briefly now, twice. And I'm sure she'll look over again just now. But she looks like she's possibly contemplating readjusting. I don't think she's going to move altogether from this branch, but she might just readjust. You can see how heavily she's panting. And I think that's because she has had a meal. Her body temperature's up. Red meat is incredibly difficult to digest, and so it makes the body, oh, hello, makes the body quite warm. And so that breeze up there must be quite a pleasant feeling for her. But she really does have beautiful eyes, my word. Slinky, yes, you think her eyes are kind of almost pointed upwards or slanted upwards, and it is very, very striking, very mesmerizing. I think in general she's quite a mesmerizing leopardess. She really is quite beautiful. Imagine the confidence and the balance you have to have, the strength, the core strength that you have to have as a leopard in particular. You can imagine she's lying up on this branch, which, bear in mind, is probably not the most comfortable thing. If you tried to lie on your stomach on a branch, it would probably be quite uncomfortable. So she's very well designed for it. It's only really pressing on her rib cage a bit. But imagine the core strength, the confidence, the balance that she has to have to very happily have a deep sleep, hanging from a branch with 4 paws hanging down. Okay, the one is now under her head, but paws hanging down. If you consider a human doing that, we would fall out the tree because we would move too much in our sleep. You might jerk when you're sleeping, you might dream. And she, every now and then you'll see a leopard jerking as it falls asleep. But the way that she is at the moment, she just looks so confident and comfortable. And it must take so much balance to pull that off comfortably. And I mean, it just shows, leopards are such successful animals. And you can see that strength just from looking at the thickness of her tail, the muscles on her arms, but the thickness of her tail, and that's her main balancing organ, really, or her body part that she uses when, especially up in trees or on slippery slopes, she'll use that tail to help her balance. Very different structure, very different feel when you look at it compared to something like a lion's tail. A lion's tail is powerful, but it's not muscular for balance. But you can see even her legs, her tail, everything is moving as she's panting. That's how heavily she's panting. Be lekker. You like those thick, dark rosettes down on her legs. I agree. They are very striking, and those are often the easiest to see a pattern in, purely because it's a more solid shape. So you might notice a more distinct shape in those particular rosettes than on her actual side. My favorite in terms of the spot patterns is actually underneath the tail. Instead of on top of the tail where you've got the normal rosettes, underneath you've got those same thicker, more solid ones. And that for me always gives a bit of an interesting pattern because every leopard will be so different on the underside of the tail. And I think that breeze, you can see all the leaves moving behind her. That breeze is definitely saving her, but at the moment it's helping her cool her body down, but also aiding in digestion. It sounds weird, but with the cool breeze coming through and her body cooling down, she can process a little bit better. And so I'm sure she is enjoying that, although I don't think I would be able to lie flat on my stomach after having a big meal, especially if it's red meat. Get the meat sweats in South Africa if you eat too much red meat. They say it's the meat sweats because your body temperature raises so much from trying to digest the red meat that you actually get hot. You feel like you've got a fever. And she'll be much more well adapted to that than humans are. But still, it happens. That's why they pant. That's why they get so hot. Giblet, I'm not even going to try and say that. That was very impressive. Langa the leopard lounging on a limb. On a log, I think you said something like that. That was very impressive. Wow. If I tried to say that fast, I think I would actually just have to stop talking for a while. Limelight. I was close in the limelight. Wow, that's a really good one. Okay, I'm fairly impressed that I at least got most of that right. All the L's in there. But yes, Langa is definitely in the limelight, lying on a limb. Looking magnificent as ever. She is stunning. And I think, with how hot it's been today, she's probably going to be like this for a little while still. She's going to have to wait until her body cools down a bit more before she actually starts moving again. But it's actually, the light is getting better and better. You can see a more and more distinct silhouette as time goes on. Around her paw, it looks like there's a gap in the leaves behind her paw, and it's actually just the light catching her hairs. But it looks as though there's a perfect cutout in the leaves from the way that light is hitting her paw. You can see every tiny little hair there. That's so impressive. So I think she's definitely had it a little bit easier than Shasha. If you compare Langa and Shasha just with being male to female, it's a very different life. rock candied Susie, you want to scratch her back, I wouldn't suggest it. It does look very scratchable. She does look very beautiful and cuddly and soft, but she is a formidable predator. I can tell you from experience through research that leopards do have very, very soft fur, so I can understand where that comes from, because you don't really want to stop once you've started. But I definitely wouldn't chance it with Langa. She does look quite cuddly though. But if you compare her life to her brothers, you know, just comparing male to female leopard, they're from the same litter, and yet their lives would have been so different already. At only just over 2 years old, their lives would have been very, very different. Sibuyi would have literally given part of her territory for Langa, so that Langa is safe, she's got a place to stay, she can start reproducing and keep passing on Sibuyi's genes as well. That's really important. But compare that to Shasha, who would have been moved out of the territory. I mean, look at all the other dominant males around. As much as there's many other females, there's, you know, you've got Kuchava and Tundi and all of these other leopards that are around in the same area, which is actually probably why Langa actually moved off to Mala Mala for a bit and then came back. There's quite a lot of dynamics going on. So if you compare that to Shasha, where you've got Molwati in the area, you've got Tortoise Pan, Tavangumi, all of these big males, he doesn't get a piece of mom's territory. He's got to find somewhere to go. And that was really impressive to me, looking at leopards like these two that are already so independent at such a young age. They're already so successful because, you know, Shasha is going to have to fend off those big males. He's got to find his own place. And just like she did, she moved off and she's come back, and who knows if she'll stay. But that independence at a young age is so impressive. And I think it's one of the most charming things about leopards is their dynamics and movements and what they do as they go. But I'm just going to sit here and watch her napping, because there's not much better that I would rather be doing this afternoon.
We're just sitting in the shade. It's actually been extremely hot and a little bit uncomfortable, so we're taking a bit of a rest, to be honest. But it's also a good thing to just stop, look, listen, even smile, figure out what's going on around you. So that's exactly what we're going to do right now together. Just listen to the sounds of the bush. Isn't it just so peaceful? Ah, it's nice to sit and get some shade. Davi and I were just taking a minute in the shade. I'm not quite done with the shade, to be honest, but I guess we must bumble. It's just been a really hot, sticky afternoon. So we are about to go into the Mawati. Let's see. Let's see how far we get. I know this path very well. It's most likely overgrown, I would imagine, but let's just see. I don't think we're going to go in this way. There is another access. It's very difficult to reverse when you can't see anything. And no, I haven't. I have not seen the giant African swallow-tailed butterfly in Djuma. I have not seen that one at all. I've only ever seen the citrus swallowtail here. I mean, I'm sure it's maybe, let me just check my butterfly book. In the low veld it maybe exists, but Djuma's obviously a really, really small sort of reserve. Let me check. There's a page for swallowtails. Emperor swallowtail. That's listed under special. Nope, so the blues, need to skip past them. No, it's not in my little guide, and this is the central and the, central low veld, basically. Have you seen a giant African one?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, it sounds very promising. So no, I haven't. We're gonna look around. I really hope the skies are so crystal blue tomorrow that we don't have to put this rain roof on. We all hate the rain roof so much. Oh, I'm sending you over to what I thought was the bushwalk team, but apparently they're having some vehicle issues.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. Oh, March for Eagle. Sorry, we're just going to do something else, but something has very rapidly changed over here. And we've got a juvenile March for Eagle that's landed up there in the tree. And this is one of our largest eagle species in South Africa, combined with weight, wingspan, as well as height. However, when it does come to Vero's eagle, they're much taller than that a martial eagle is. One of the things that we can notice is that it's feathered all the way down, and then at the moment you'll see that it doesn't have a black breast, which will indicate that it's a young bird, where the adult has got a dark brown breast. So when it does come to adult martial eagles, they're quite often confused with black-chested snake eagle, but if you do look at the bird, it's much larger. You'll also notice that there's blotching on the underparts of a bird, as well as in the case of a martial eagle, that it's feathered all the way down towards the feet, unlike that of a black-chested snake eagle, which is only halfway feathered. There's a specific reason why black-chested snake eagles aren't feathered all the way down towards the feet, and that's purely because they've got overlapping scales which act as armoring when they attack snakes, which is their main food item. Over the last few weeks, we've actually watched quite a few of the black-chested snake eagles hunting over here, and in one morning we specifically watched one individual that took up to 3 snakes, of which one snake was well over 1.5 meters probably in length. Coming back to our martial eagle, they do take quite a wide range of different things. I've seen them going for Egyptian geese in the past. I've even seen them actually taking young bushbuck lambs, as well as banded mongoose. They also often go for water, as well as rock monitors and squirrels that they will take. Quite often I've actually seen photos of them actually on grabbing squirrels. Good morning, good afternoon, Megan, and welcome to the show. Yes, it is an absolutely stunning bird. I just love martial eagles. And when I was down in the Western Cape now, I was actually looking for a martial eagle because I still don't have one on my list for the Western Cape. However, over here in the Lowveld region, they're actually a fairly common bird to actually find. It's also pretty fascinating that 80% of all of South Africa's bird population actually occurs in the Lowveld region of South Africa. For those who are not familiar with the term Lowveld, it's the low-lying area directly towards the east of the Drakensberg Mountains. We're probably between some 200 and 600 meters in altitude, and it stretches all the way into Mozambique and Swaziland, as well as to the southern parts of KwaZulu-Natal. A few months ago, we were actually very lucky. We had this very same martial eagle that we found on the opposite side of the dam, and it was actually eating a squirrel that it just caught. When we look through binoculars, we can actually start seeing that there's a slight blotching or blotched marks that's already developing under the underparts of this bird. So quite often when it does come to confusion species with young martial eagles, it is actually crowned eagles that they do get confused with. They tend to occupy forested habitats, unlike the martial eagle, which has got a wide habitat tolerance. However, I've never seen a martial eagle within a forested habitat. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Tessa is up to and what the leopard is doing.
So Lanka has just started lifting her head a little bit. And it's actually because, can you see her ears are flattened? It's because she's been spotted by a herd of impalas that were walking over the airstrip. I don't know if they saw her, if they smelt her. The wind is actually blowing from them to us. She's got her eyes on them at the moment, which is why she's so focused. But something told them there was a leopard here, and one of them alarm called. It was just one single alarm call, but it was enough to make her lift her head and flatten her ears, and she's laser focused on them. And not because she's wanting to hunt again. It's an open area. She would have no chance of sneaking up on them here. But because if they alarm call and they keep alarm calling, other predators will be attracted. Hyenas might come along, leopards in the area might come along. And so she's trying to be as inconspicuous as possible, but still gather as much information as she can. Which is why she's so alert now. She's smelling, she's listening, she's watching. Oh, don't roll off the branch. Okay, so she's decided that they've relaxed enough. She can too. Elena, you're 7 years old and you want to know how she keeps her legs and her body from falling asleep. I'm sure that just like any other mammal, just like all of us, just like many other leopards, if she lies in a funny position and she cuts off a bit of the circulation, her leg will go to sleep, or her tail or whatever. And when she wakes up, she might have a bit of the pins and needles and she might have a bit of a limp. It's often why when you see big cats and they get up from sleeping, because they sleep so solidly, especially lions, they get up and they might have a little bit of a limp for a minute, and then they're absolutely fine. And that's because maybe they've got what we call a dead leg. Maybe they just lay on it a bit funny. But usually leopards move so often and they're so alert. As much as she's resting, she's not dead asleep. She's not in the kind of dreamland where she wouldn't hear if something was here. She has to be alert all the time. All wild animals do. It's just that lions are more relaxed. She will move if she feels she can kind of feel the pins and needles starting maybe, or it's just slightly uncomfortable. She'll keep moving herself, very small movements, but enough movement that there's still regular blood flow. And if she needs to, she might get up and stretch and then reposition and go back to sleep. So it's all just the basics really of as she feels something, she will react. But she is normally awake enough that she should be able to feel it before it happens. Unless she goes into a very, very, very deep undisturbed sleep, which is not very likely considering that there's impalas around and those kinds of things. But I often wonder how, if they do get into a sleep like that, or even if they're just starting to fall asleep, because I know what often happens with people. I do it a lot myself. My family calls it nodding. As you start nodding to fall asleep, you jerk yourself awake, your body gets a fright. And I have seen cats do that when they're falling asleep. I've seen leopards do that. But I've often wondered if anyone's ever seen a leopard jerk like that as it's falling asleep in a tree and accidentally lose its balance and fall. Either way, I think it would land on its feet, but it would be quite something to see. But her balance is so good even when she's resting. And also, don't underestimate the width of that log. It looks like it's covering her legs, look like they're slightly open towards the back. So instead of it fitting where her legs are straight down underneath her body, it looks like they're slightly out to the side, which means that it's wider than her kind of hip width. It's wider than her shoulder width, which means she's got to drape herself over it instead of trying to cling on to something that's too narrow for her body. And so that would also aid with her balance. As her legs are hanging down like that, it adds a lot of balance for her. If she had her legs up underneath her, she would have to do a lot more active balancing, actively holding her core and her muscles tight so that she could balance with her legs underneath her, as opposed to hanging on either side where they act as a bit of a stabilizer. Oh, I just spoke about that and there she jerked. Oh my goodness, Langa.
Welcome back to Eco Trading Pridelands. At the moment, we positioned ourselves in an open area and there's not much going on so far this afternoon. All the places where we were working this morning, where the wild dogs were active, we can see now that there's no prey species. It's amazing how they have such a big impact on when they do hunt in the area. So what we'll do is we're just going to put a silent segment up and allow you to watch the cumulonimbus clouds building up on the horizon.
So she's definitely becoming more active, and in the last 2 minutes in particular, she seems to be struggling a bit with her balance every time she stretches. And you can see she's actually quite lopsided now. Her tail and her left leg are hanging way lower than the right. As she stretched, she kind of slipped a little bit down, so she's almost using her upper body to hold on with her neck around that kind of sloped section of the branch. And it's definitely not because she's wanting to wake up and start getting active, because you can see, as cool as it is, you can still see she's panting. Her whole body is moving with her panting. You can see there her front paw is shaking, her chest is moving heavily. And I think it's more a case of she had a bit of a nodding moment earlier, and she gave herself a bit of a fright, and then she stretched, and as she stretched, she lost balance a bit. And she seems to be fairly comfortable, even knowing that she's hanging more to one side than the other, which just shows how confident she is. But I think she's just starting to get a bit uncomfortable, and so she's stretching and moving, trying to find the next comfortable position. So I would be very interested to see if she does move, where she goes from there. There are some very nice branches up in this tree. I think she's chosen about the best one. It's the broadest and the most horizontal. So she's definitely chosen well. And it's quite a tall tree. I think pretty much only leopards would be able to get up there very easily. Maybe a lion, if it was very intent, would be able to climb up there. We heard that there is a carcass, but we still haven't been able to actually see it, so I'm not sure if she's moved it, if maybe it's fallen, or if it's just so well hidden that Owen and I can't find it. But if there is a carcass around, it will be attracting other predators, and so I'm sure she's quite happy knowing that she's chosen a very, very upright tree. It doesn't have a slanted trunk at all, and that she's on the lowest branch, and I'd say she's at least 6-7 meters off the ground. She's quite high up. Moondust, it is lovely to have Langa hanging around. I think especially because she disappeared to Mala Mala for quite a while, there was a bit of a concern as to will she ever actually come back. Because it is quite unusual for a female leopard to completely leave a territory because they inherited from their mother. Their mother gives a part of their territory. And so for a female to move off completely is fairly unusual. Not unheard of, but it's definitely not common practice. And so for her to go as far as Mala Mala and then turn around and come back quite a while later is quite a relief, I think. I wasn't sure if I'd ever meet her, and so when I was on leave and I saw that Rowan had found Langa, I was very happy because I didn't know that she was on the property anymore. Nobody did. And then she just decided to come back to where her mother has been. Yeah, she is looking very relaxed again. The light is fading very quickly because there's such a large cloud bank coming in. We've still got a bit of golden light coming through. But this is actually working to her advantage because it's still so early on and already so dark. She might actually start moving long before she normally would on a day like today. With a full stomach, she doesn't have to move very far. And she probably doesn't really even need to have that much water, although there will be puddles close by anyway if she does. But she might decide to move and go back towards the carcass or just reposition on the branches. But she doesn't really have a need to come down and move unless she's wanting to leave the area. So I think most of her activity this afternoon is going to be up in the tree, whether it's just small movements of her stretching now or maybe bigger movements later, going up to try and find the carcass again and start feeding. But it definitely looks like that is the furthest thing from her mind at this point. She is looking so comfortable. And I think it's one of those skills that leopards have that some of the other animals definitely don't, is looking comfortable in awkward positions. Suzanne, she hasn't actually got any cubs. So Langa is only just over 2 years old. She was born in, I think, August of 2019. And she's still a little bit young. I don't even know if she's mated yet. I don't think there have been any records of her mating with anybody. I stand to correction with that, but she definitely doesn't have any cubs. She's not even 3 years old yet. So we definitely haven't seen any cubs from Langa. But speaking of cubs, I would love to catch up with Lalamba's cubs when I'm here. And if I can, it would be wonderful to meet Kuchava's little princess as well. She's quite a bit older, though, than Lalamba's cubs. I think she's almost seven months now. But I do think that Langa will have beautiful cubs one day if she gets to mate and she gets to carry some litters with success. I think that she will have quite beautiful cubs. Between her and Shasha, they're both very good-looking leopards, and so it definitely runs in the family. And they seem to be very independent, very successful, and so that's a good gene to be passing on. That being said, though, with female leopards, because of the way that they live, because they can be quite inexperienced in terms of where to den and how to keep the cubs safe, because the cubs can't climb trees for the first while. They've got to be hidden by mom. When she does have her first litter, leopards are not that often very successful with their first litter. So even if she does carry the litter to term and she gives birth, it's very unlikely that the cubs survive in the first litter regardless. Because it is so challenging out here, there's such a high mortality rate in cubs, and a first-time leopard mother in a world filled with other leopards, with hyenas, with lions, with so many threats, even elephants, you can never predict what's going to happen. You can never predict an interaction between species and do it completely accurately. So as a first-time mom, to try and find the right den sites that are going to keep your cubs safe, not only from those animals, but then also from conditions. It's the rainy season, so if she has them in the rainy season, protecting them from the water, from wind, so that they don't get hypothermia. It's just, there's so many challenges, and so I would be very interested to see when she does start mating, who she mates with. But yes, at some point in the future, I'm sure we will see some cubs from Langa.
We're just sitting at Twin Dams, just having a rest, taking a little break. A pooza stop, if you like, without the pooza. It's getting windy, it's getting cooler, which is a good thing for us. Things are going to start cooling down. We'll get some relief. So we are just going to sit here for a moment or two and just appreciate the beauty around the dam. I love just sitting listening to the birds as they're getting their last calls in for the day. We're just taking a pit stop. What I've realized over the course of time is it's important to just stop. It's a long time to drive. I'm now making a decision on where to go next. This is Twin Dams, by the way. I'm wondering whether I should pop by Treehouse to get up to Gallagher Shortcut. That's what we shall do. Ravi, are you ready?
Yep.
Clara, 100%. Sometimes we exhaust ourselves driving. And it's a lot. Every day trying to figure out and find out. It's amazing, but it's very physical. So sometimes it is just nice to stop, and that's what we were doing there. Just having some water. Hydrating. And just taking a bit of a break. Can't wait till the day that I don't say that. I say the opposite. Actually, this road's really bad. We're going to take a bit of a smoother road. But I welcome your questions. Anything you want to know. We popped in at the den, nothing. And that's the thing with the den. Sometimes you're going to get a really, really active den where there's so much going on that you can't even believe it. And then other days, just quiet. Heart will be out feeding now. And some. We need Ribbon to come back though. And she will. Hyenas are very busy animals. Hello chaps. You're not so busy, are you? Bachelor herds are everywhere. I'm actually struggling to see large groups of female impalas right now. It's all bachelor herds. Driving into the sun again. Not a great choice. I'm just listening to see if anything's going on in the radio. It's Michelle's radio that we stole. Well, Wendy also doesn't have a camera radio. Thanks to Michelle, we didn't quite steal it. We asked for permission, but he's never getting it back. Yes, I think let's go by Treehouse. And try and get those buffalo. Ravi really wants to see buffalo today, don't you, Dov? Is that hyena tracks? Big hyena. How big? Actually, you know what? Let's check it. It's silly not to. This is a little Gowrie Dam. We're driving past it. It's going to take us all of 1 minute. There are lots of hyena tracks here. Oh wow, are we at that time of day? Shreya's wildlife movie. I don't know, do you mean documentary or movie? Wildlife movie. I don't know about movie. I don't know any wildlife movies, but I definitely watch a lot of documentaries. No, nothing. Nothing to see, nothing to report. Still looks freshly dug though. I don't think it's hyena. One of my favorite documentaries is Blackfish. I really, really loved Blackfish. Davi, you see on the edge of this buffalo thorn, do you see that white thing on the leaf? Right at the top there, on that branch, right in front of the car. Yeah. Oh, is it a cocoon? I think so. It's not a Uthaka. I think that's a developing chrysalis or cocoon there. Huh. There we go, another mystery of the bush. If any of you know what this is, you are also welcome to share. It's not an Uthaka, but it's some sort of casing of an insect, that's for sure. Okay. We're gonna get out of here. I just wanted to check because I just saw that this den was freshly dug, but I don't think it's a hyenas. I don't think Corky would use this den. I love Blackfish. It's about Tilikum, the orca. If you've never watched it, I highly, highly recommend it. I really, really love Blackfish. I enjoyed the cove, even although it's quite disturbing to watch actually, but the cove is about the dolphins, the dolphin killings in Japan. It's wonderful. I'm trying to think what other wildlife documentaries I've been watching. Shreyas, that's a difficult one. I tend to spend a lot of my time just watching murder mysteries. I watched this lady on Facebook, and I'm not gonna lie, Darby loves her too. And she does murder mysteries and makeup at the same time. And I think she has found the most incredible niche. She has done so well, you know. She is applying her makeup, which sounds very random. I'm not into makeup at all, but it's just very interesting to just watch her apply this makeup as she's telling you a real life murder mystery story about something like Ted Bundy. And I'm just completely engrossed in it. Oh, that's the kind of things I watch in my downtime, but I do absolutely love Blackfish and recommend it to anyone that is looking for a bit of a documentary to watch. Okay, we need to get you watching that. And I like to watch things like the series Explained. It's just short little snackable episodes on something different each time. It's very factual, very visual. But yes, that is... I'll think of some other wildlife documentaries. Since coming back this stint, I literally feel like I'm driving through an empty town. Don't bump into any vehicles, don't see anybody. It's really quiet. Quiet on the animal front and the people front. Context, yeah, I'm not even sure what it's about. Born Free, I don't think I have that. But on your recommendation, I shall absolutely check it out. I'm guessing it's animal related. But if it made you cry, then it's definitely gonna make me cry. I cry at everything. all these dog videos on social media. Okay, we're turning in now, and I'm kind of glad this. I don't know if I can drive into the sun anymore. Here we go. Also not a single track. Where is everybody? Chris Rogue, you're wondering if Corky might den on one of the southern properties. I'm guessing you're meaning Little Gowrie or Chitswa. I don't know. They have used a few dens on Little Gowrie in the past as a Juma clan. I really don't know. That's impossible for me to sort of say. I mean, it's hard to know their territory. Their territory is bigger than just Juma. They're obviously not sort of just traversing Juma. But I don't know, Juma's definitely the core area. And I will check more dens, I promise. It's just not easy to Bundabash right now with a roof on. It's actually awful, to be honest. So I think, I don't know, possibly. She still should be around though. Yeah, I think it's very, very possible. But I am going to check all the ones we know about on Juma for sure once I can get a rain-free day. I mean, it's not raining, but it's just the clouds are so misleading. I used to have a network of people that would always update me on things like this, but sadly no one's around right now. But Chris Rogue is definitely possible. I just don't know. I feel Corky really reigned here when she was matriarch. I feel like she was very much a Juma hyena. And just like Tlalamba wouldn't den on any other property, I'm sure of it. She may get mobile with the cubs now, but for a den site, she's going to stick to the den sites that she knows. And I just feel like Corky would be on Juma, but I haven't checked so many den sites. I've got so many more to go. I'm really hoping for blue skies tomorrow. You can see the clouds. They just, I don't want to get caught in the rain. I feel like these sort of clouds need to break. We need to get a storm. Okay, Born Free is about a lioness and it's based on a true story. I will check that out for sure. I have not watched it, I'm afraid, but I absolutely will check it out. Oh, Picky! Hello, hello. Picky actually helped me identify a beetle the other day that I found in Madikwe. You think it looked like a bagworm? Very possibly. Very possibly. Bagworms are, they definitely are not going to win any awards in the beauty department. They're actually quite creepy, but also utterly fascinating. I'll try and see if I can get a picture in my book to show you all. We're just going to get up onto Treehouse Dam Wall. Very possibly a bagworm. Thank you, Picky. Okay, we are going to park in the shade and take a few moments to relax. The tree house down.
So we are still sitting with the lovely Langa. She has moved a little bit. She's repositioned and actually done a 180. So her face is now on the side of the branch where her tail was. And she's kind of brought herself into a little bit of a thicket, maybe looking for a tiny bit more shade because she was very exposed up in the open in the sun. And if it wasn't for the tail and the feet hanging down and you were driving past, I don't think you'd see her in the thicket that she's in at the moment. But those hanging legs and tail, especially straight down, definitely give her position away. An unnatural shape coming out of a tree. So we have repositioned as well, and as much as we are scanning, we still cannot see a carcass, and so I'm wondering if she's moved it. And she very well may have, for whatever reason. So you can see the breeze has also picked up quite a lot. I think she's enjoying the breeze. Oh, hello, girl. Oh, big stretch. And a yawn. Like an acrobat. And almost straight back to her original position. She's just moving from one side to the other as she's getting uncomfortable in one place. It was nice to see her up though and actually in the sun. So it seems like as much as she keeps repositioning herself, because she's done a 180 and a 180 again, so now she's back in her original position, she can't quite get comfortable. But I think she's actually turning so that she could have a look this way because the impalas are coming from the airstrip. They haven't come close enough that anything could happen, but she's definitely alert. So we've changed our position a bit. When she moved, we moved. And now she's moved back, so I'm actually thinking maybe we should reposition again. But I'm just going to give it another minute just to see that she definitely has settled before I start moving around. From this position, she does look quite comfortable. From a slightly different angle, you can see, oh, hello. Wow. You can see she is on quite a broad branch. Atlanta Jewel, yes, she is so good at all of these acrobatic poses that she's doing. She's a very photogenic leopard in general. She is beautiful. But she does seem to be very good at making swift movements. I was very impressed at how quickly she moved and repositioned herself. She got up, she stretched, she yawned, and she just straight away turned around, found her position, and went back to sleep. So I definitely don't think she's in a rush to go anywhere this afternoon. She looks way too relaxed up in this marula tree. Oh, I can hear brown-headed parrots. That's amazing. Oh my goodness, that high-pitched shriek in the background. I know we're sitting with the leopard, but there's brown-headed parrots. It's always lovely to see and hear them. They're somewhere in the distance next to the airstrip. So the light obviously is changing quite a lot. Minute by minute it feels like it's changing because we're approaching sunset now. As the sun is getting closer to the horizon, the light is getting really beautiful and golden, but it's also becoming very intense. And as much as it's not packing a lot of heat at the moment, she does seem to be, she adjusts from the sun to the shade. When she moved just now, she went straight into a thicket in the shade. Now she's back out in the sun again. So I'm wondering if she's not only just repositioning for her body, but repositioning for the sun as well. And because it is so bright, she's not facing the other way. If her head was off the right-hand side of the branch, she would be looking straight into that sunset. And so she's positioned herself that she's comfortably in the shade with half of her body and her whole face. And that gives her an advantage in terms of being able to see better because she's not adjusting to a glare. But it also keeps her nice and cool because she has quite a large amount of her body in the shade. The breeze and the shade combined will keep her cool, and the bit of sun on the other side shouldn't be too bad now. But definitely earlier when she was repositioning, it was so hot. Wonder what she's hearing. Maybe she likes parrots as much as I do. So on her neck you can actually see quite a distinctive spot pattern. Where her necklace would be in the crease of her shoulder, where the neck and the shoulder meet. Looks like a horseshoe. Rex, yes, she does seem quite tired and lazy after a long day, and it's not actually from the hunt that she would still be tired, it's just that she's eaten red meat. It's been a very hot day, and so naturally any leopard would be lazy on a hot day in general, but having the addition of red meat raising the body temperature, I think she's definitely enjoying being tired and lazy. But I don't think it'll be too long before she readjusts again because it is cooling down quite rapidly. So as tired and lazy as she looks, it'll take her a split second and she'll be the most alert leopard you've ever seen. They are so adaptable. But being opportunistic, they're not just opportunistic for hunting, they're opportunistic for rest as well. Predators use a lot of energy to hunt, they use a lot of energy to camouflage, to mark their territories, and on top of that, defend themselves. But they also use a lot of energy just digesting. And so opportunistic resters as well as opportunistic hunters, she will be taking every opportunity she can to safely rest with her eyes closed, and the best place for that, up in a tree in the breeze, a thick enough branch that she's not tensing her body. She's nice and relaxed. You can see the paws are really hanging down, quite floppy. They're blowing in the wind. And so she's chosen a pretty perfect spot to spend her day. I know when Lauren had her this morning, she was actually on the big fallen marula. So she was much lower to the ground, a little bit more active, but also not as much of a safe space. Much easier to get to. And also in the direct sun. So I'm sure that she's actually spent most of her day up in the shade, right up at the top of the marilla tree, and as it's gotten cooler, she's made her way down to the thicker branch. So she's actually tilted her head towards the sun, but the angle she's got it at with the slope of the branch, she's tilted it to the side, so that you can see her ears are pointed towards the side instead of straight up. You can still see the light catching on her whiskers though. And so there's definitely sun in her face at the moment, but you might find just at the angle she might have a bit of shade over her eyes, created by her nose. I'm going to try and get a slightly different angle on her, see if I can get from the other side so we can see the sun on her coat. But while I do that, let's head over to JP, who's found another of the big cats.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We started off our afternoon with actually doing some tracking before we went live onto show. We spent some half an hour looking for a specific lion. However, we thought that he actually moved into adjacent property. Luckily, he did come back. He most likely came back to come and look for a drink. We're just so happy to actually being able to locate on him. It's also interesting that he's actually moved in quite a warm part of the day, as we generally don't find lions moving in the heat of the day. We also will notice that he's also quite often yawning, which possibly indicates that he's going to get up. That's precisely what he's doing. Quite often when cats start yawning, they're actually fueling their muscles with oxygen so that they can actually start moving. I'm just going to reposition the vehicle and see what he's getting up to. Most likely, as he is a territorial male, he might start scent marking this, and it's precisely what he did. He walked up to the closest tree, turned his bum towards the tree and sprayed urine against it. Quite often that is also followed by scuffing. So we are in a sighting with a number of other vehicles, as it's a shared sighting, so you might hear different voices. You also might communicate with other vehicles. Just wanted to get permission, but it's fine that we can go ahead. So when we do share sightings, we do it on the basis that the person that locates it first is the one that can spend the most time with it. And we'll also get a second and a third vehicle in so that we don't unnecessarily pressurize the animal. Once one of those vehicles move out, then we'll make space for the first standby, and thereafter the second standby when another vehicle has moved off. One of the things I do find particularly funny about lions is that they can swim particularly well, but for some reason they don't like getting their feet wet. You can see he's actually focused on walking into the center of that muddy area rather than walking directly through the two little ruts that's been created in the middle of the road, on the side of the road. There we go, there's busy spraying again. For them, it's very important that they do spray their territory regularly. It's not the only way that they demarcate territories. They also do so by means of interdigital glands between the feet and also by rubbing their cheeks onto objects. And this just tells other male lions that they have to stay out of their territory, otherwise they will face the consequences. In this case, it's only a single male that runs the territory over here. If there is a group of males that potentially can come over here, they're very likely to actually displace him. It's also interesting that females actually prefer males in terms of coalition males rather than a single male, as if they know that there's less chance that they're going to lose their young when there's a territorial takeover and the cubs might be killed. Just going to position the vehicle over here. Absolutely stunning light at the moment with this last little bit of light, and it's actually just lifting those beautiful colors on the lion's mane out as well. Let's just listen to him. He's busy contact calling them. Oh, that's absolutely awesome. So Mundas, good afternoon and welcome back to the show. And I just want to quickly answer your question. Can they move freely? Yes, they can move freely into the Balule, and the Balule is also open to the Kruger National Park. Quickly taking a nap and regaining some energy. Something bit him there. I think it's all those flies around his face which is hindering him. Good afternoon, Enrique, and welcome to the show. Yes, absolutely spectacular. And my two highlights of today has definitely been the African wild dogs that we had hunting this morning, followed by this beautiful big male lion that we located this afternoon. If we do look at his face, there's not a lot of scarring, so it doesn't indicate that there's a lot of competition and fighting between other males. Quite often when I worked in areas where there was a number of different lions as well as a number of different coalitions moving in from a number of different areas, we could often see a lot of scarring on those male lions' faces. It's not uncommon for them to actually kill one another as well. And quite often we have actually been fortunate enough to actually see how these big males fight when they take over the territory of another male.
We are just trying to locate some buffalo. So we can see their tracks and their very large dung piles. And all the mess they've made on the roads. So we're just going to continue on this road to see if we can find them, and then if not, go stop and just admire the sunset. It's getting lower and lower in the sky. Urine patches. More dung, my goodness. Looks like they might have turned off. We're just gonna head to the cut line. We're almost there. There's no signs of them anymore on this main road, so they've obviously gone into the block, which we will not bash through for, but they might have popped out. We shall take a look. I got them. We'll give you a little quick view, a long distance visual of the herd of buffalo we were just tracking.
So we have found a beautiful gap of langa. She looks like she is just relaxing ever so gently on this branch. But to me, from this angle, it looks a lot more clumsy than comfortable. On the other side, I think because of the way the branch was shaped, her body was smoother. It looked more comfortable. And from this side, you can see there's a bit of a curve from her neck down to her back. So she's actually lying on a bit of a raised section. It doesn't look nearly as comfortable. But she also looks like she's lying heavily at an angle, so it looks a bit clumsy. But she is still looking very relaxed regardless. Lots of power in that paw that's just gently resting on the bark. Those sharp claws you would never say were there if you looked at a paw like that. So after having a very extensive search of the tree, I can very proudly say we did finally find the carcass. It is way at the top of the tree, hidden in a thicket. When I say way at the top, I mean I actually don't, well, I can see how the branch supported her weight, but I don't think many other animals would get up there, maybe a monkey. But it's so high up that we actually can't film it. The camera can't go that high. It is right at the top of the tree, and it looks like it's just the rib cage, the two front legs, and a bit of the head left of a young impala lamb. So she has definitely eaten a bit. She hasn't eaten a full belly worth. She can eat a lot more if she really needs to. But because she stashed it so nicely up in the tree, I don't think there's much chance of anything else getting it. And so she can relax knowing she's got a carcass for the next 2-3 days that she can feed off of, unless another leopard comes along. But it really took us ages to actually find it. And the only reason I eventually spotted it is because we're parked almost underneath it, and I caught a little glint of the red of the inside of the rib cage in the last little bit of the sun as it was above my head, and I was kind of just scanning. But it is really good to know that she is successful in this area. She's hunting on her own. And she's clearly known how to look after herself for a while, because when she disappeared to Mala Mala, it's not like she had her mum there to help her. So she's definitely been hunting on her own for quite a while. But with the sizes of the herds of impalas here in particular, I find that very impressive, because for a young leopard to be able to stalk up to a massive herd of impala is quite a challenge. There's a lot of ears, a lot of eyes, a lot of noses to avoid. And so she's done very well to be able to be so successful.
How long will it be until she goes again? A couple days?
Yeah, she is starting to wake up again. She's lifted her head and you can see her whole body's shaking again while she's panting. Her front paw is actually swaying with her rib cage. And I think now there's pretty much no more sun. It's behind a massive cloud bank just above the horizon, so we're just about at sunset. We've got the last little bit of golden light coming through, a touch of it. And the breeze is getting stronger. And so I think now with all of these things combined, if she wants to move a bit more now is kind of going to be when she starts waking up. And like JP was talking about with the yawning of the lions, getting them more active, she'll start doing the same thing. She'll yawn, she'll stretch, she might groom a bit. But we are definitely going to stick around and see if that happens. She is looking a lot more awake than she was. While I do that, we'll head over to Lauren, who's found some buffalo.
We managed to find the buffalo. We knew they were on Gallagher shortcuts, so we followed them all the way up. Really easy to track buffalo. I mean, in summer, if they are in the middle of the block, it's difficult. And they did go into the block. We lost their tracks and their dung piles, ginormous dung piles. But then we got them on the fire break. They're moving north. I imagine in about an hour's time, they'll all be in Buffelshoek. Hello, Buff. There's nothing quite like being in amongst a big herd like this. They'll just be loving the vegetation. This one right here has literally acted like a lawnmower. I've been watching him. I think it's a boy. Not stopping to just graze the grass. Just creating a complete... Oh no, there's a calf behind it. Maybe it's a female. Oh, it's a female. Apologies. Are you hungry? Yes, I believe you are. When you see how thin their horns are at the side, you know that it's a female. Linda, you're seeing beefaloes. Absolutely. The beef. What's happening here? I haven't seen them since coming back. It's my first time seeing Buff. And apparently they haven't been on the property for a while. So welcome everybody, welcome. Are you gonna hang around? You're gonna go wherever the lions are not, and I have to tell you, if you go back up to Buvelsuk, you're gonna bump into the lions. It's amazing. I was away for 7 weeks and a lot had changed in terms of animal movement, and it is all down to seasonal changes, but a lot has changed. Of course everything changes. Change is the only constant, but I mean 7 weeks doesn't sound that long, but I guess out in nature it actually is. You gotta love the little ones. A sea of buffalo. Davy, I'm just gonna go forward. We've got one up a termite man. Nima, you're saying buffalo are like the bodyguards of the bush. Oh no, he just came down from the termite man. There was one standing much higher. But you're still looking beautiful there. Yes, I guess so. Just everywhere. Smelling, grunting, listening. It just sometimes amazes me to think that lions, as powerful and as incredible as they are, can take down these creatures. They're huge and they come in such mass numbers, and of course sometimes buffalo do fight back, but naturally not always. It just amazes me. That just shows you the cognitive ability and power and cooperation of lions to be able to do this. And I did mention this the other day, but obviously in Madikwe they don't hunt the buffalo. They haven't evolved, they haven't learned, there's not been a sort of process there. The buffalo don't really fear the lions there so much as they would here. They don't hunt them. Whereas in the sands, they absolutely do hunt buffalo. Such powerful animals. Granny Bumble, lovely to hear from you. Our very own Granny has watched for a long time. Yes, Davi's happy. He got his buffalo. Are you happy, Davi?
Yes.
Yes, he is happy. All the cameramen know when they jump on board with me, they'll have to check the hyena down at some point. Davi wanted his buff. It's really nice to see them. Oh, they're walking west now, okay. It's actually just beautiful to see them walking through the long grass. When you see buffalo in winter, the dry season is a very different experience to when you see them in summer. The buffalo health will also be very good right now, just like the impala. Okay, we're going to follow these buffalo. They're moving west now, which is a good thing. And we're going to send you guys over to Langa, who's got her eyes open.
So it seems Langa is definitely playing with our emotions a little bit today. She's giving us a challenge. She has actually just given us the most beautiful stare into the sunset and then promptly put her head back down to rest again. She is looking almost limp if you look at her legs, bar the one that is propping up her head. The rest of her body looks as though she is completely unconscious, and she's not. She's awake, she's watching the impalas. You can see her ears are moving as well, so she's definitely alert. But she just looks so overly relaxed up there. So we are losing light pretty quickly, which means even if we tried to go to the other side, the light is not as good on that side. We'd be facing into the sunset. So this is about the best in terms of lighting that we'll get for her at this point. But she just looks really awkward the way that her chest is positioned compared to her tail. She looks quite awkward. But I think it's just the curve of the branch that she's lying on, and the angle that we're looking at from this side as opposed to the other side is quite different. So from the other side she looked very elegant, and from this side she looks a bit clumsy. But nonetheless, she's very, very comfortable. I was just about to say, I do think, oh, yawn. I do think it's not too long before she moves back towards the carcass. She is looking up towards it. Oh, she looks like she wants to get up. She's repositioning those paws. So worth it to wait with the leopard to get a moment like that where we've got her looking up and as though she wants to move. I wonder what she will do next. I will be sitting here to find out. Oh, we have movement. Big stretch. See, she really hasn't eaten that much. Her stomach is not full. It's round, but it's not massive. I wonder if she just got too hot while she was feeding and decided to take a break. Or another yawn, getting that oxygen in. Fueling those muscles possibly for a jump up to the next branch. Now what I can tell you in advance is if she does decide to go up there, I'm going to have to do some fancy footwork down here on the ground to try and get a shot for you. It is so high up, we'll have to park at a distance. She's hearing something, and then she keeps looking back towards the area of the carcass. So she's thinking about going back, but she's also making sure what's around her. Oh, she is beautiful. Oh, she's definitely going towards the carcass. So this branch that's directly in front of her, straight up right to the top is where the carcass is. So if she starts coming up that branch, then I know she wants to go and feed. Yeah, she definitely hasn't eaten a lot. Look at that curvature of her stomach. What will you do next, Miss Langa? Where are you going to go? Maybe just sniffing, getting a whole lot of information from that breeze before she decides on her next move. I think that makes the most sense, and probably what she's doing, using the view and the height to an advantage, gathering information. Langa cannot decide what she wants to do at this point. She has moved. And if she goes straight up that branch that's in the middle now, if she goes straight up there, she's going to go towards her carcass, or she could decide to come down or just move to a different branch. But I think she'll probably end up going towards the carcass. She does not look like she's eaten enough. I think she just got tired and decided to nap mid-meal. So it's a little bit of an awkward angle. It looks like the tree ate half a leopard. But I don't think she'll be here for too long. She's been moving, there you go, quite consistently, straight up. So that's the rain roof. Okay, so we're going to have to try and reposition somehow to get her in. We're going to have to go pretty far back. But I will try it for you. Provided Rusty will comply. Excuse the reading, everybody. Rusty is he's got a life of his own today, let's put it that way. We're going to try our best to reposition. Ooh, we're going to have to go quite far back to get it in. It's a bit of a challenge. Oh, and there's a hole. That'll do. So we've now had to move way further away from the tree, just because she is so high up that to get that view with the roof on is almost impossible. There she is. So the light is dropping pretty quickly. But there you can see she's sitting staring towards the carcass, and the carcass is in the little V that you can see on the left. You can see a leg hanging down. That's one of the legs of the impala. And this is why we could not see the carcass. It is so well hidden, and that kind of lump on top of the branch, that's part of the rib cage. So it is very, very, very well hidden. She's done an excellent job. There is a gap. If I swing and reverse a little more, Owen, so we don't have those branches in front of her. What do you think? Yeah, I think it's worth it. Yeah, we're going to try and go a little bit back. Sorry, I know it's quite a bit of repositioning everybody, but it's so worth it if we can get her in an open view with that carcass. Okay, we'll try it like that. We are looking into the sun. A pretty silhouette, or into the light I should say. Chino, yes, she is enjoying the tree, and that's very, very typical leopard. She's hidden her carcass and she's just sitting there thinking about what on earth she wants to do with it now. She almost looks like she's napping while sitting upright. Kind of wrapped herself around that other branch. I'm not sure if she's thinking or if she's napping. We might have to go even further back. Yeah, you can really see she has not. I think she's trying to nap upright. Oh my word, what are you doing, Lunga? She's definitely trying to entertain us as much as Mareeps normally does, doing some strange things up in the tree. But I think she'll probably end up going to the carcass just now. Maybe she was just getting a bit closer, now she's going to have a rest. We'll see what happens. I'll try and get you a more open view as well. It's a bit tricky with the light. We'll give it a bash, and while we try and do that for you, we'll send you to Lauren with her buffaloes.
Interesting looking skies. The cut line you are seeing is Buffelshoek cut line, our northern boundary, and it is literally just littered with buffalo. They're heading west, they're heading to, their trajectory is Sydney's Dam. And they're drinking. One of them's drinking out of this. There must be water there. I can't see it, but naturally we can hear it. Are you thirsty? Yes, we are watching you. Leopard Queen. Yes, I am indeed. I'm getting the buff stare, and I am a little bit scared. Oh, I just noticed she's missing a horn. Wow, sorry girl, I didn't see that earlier. My eyesight's not very good at this time of night. Oh, you're giving us all the displays right now. Wow, that is a completely snapped right horn. Wow, that must have been quite a collision. Buffaloes obviously have that horn boss. The males are much bigger than the females, but wow, in order to snap bone like that, that must have been quite the collision. They do say that sort of the impact of two massive buffaloes having a head-on collision, a head-on crash, if you like, would almost be like a car hitting a brick wall at 50 kilometers per hour. That's the power between the buffaloes, and a lot of it comes from that sort of horn boss. It sort of absorbs a lot of the impact for the buffalo, but here we've got a completely snapped horn. Wow. Okay, let's go forward a little bit. Okay, I'm going to try and keep up with these buffalo. I'm intrigued to know where they go, and we're going to send you guys over to a hungry langa.
So it's a bit of a patchy view, but we have finally managed to get a view of her face. And she is deliciously tucking into her carcass there. And she is feeding pretty consistently. She's not taking many breaks between mouthfuls at this point. So it looks like she's actually gone straight for the rib cage again. And she's kind of just trying her best to pick around the ribs, and it looked like earlier she had quite a long stringy piece of meat, so I don't know if she maybe got one of the muscles out from in between two ribs. So she is still very well camouflaged, and the way she's moving, obviously, we can't really get a very clear view of her face all the time, but it is impressive to see her feeding like this because she's holding the carcass down with her paws, and as much as we don't have a clear view, you can clearly see her pulling the meat and chewing and balancing while she's doing it all. There you can see a bit of her silhouette as we're zooming out. But from a distance, especially in this light, I mean, even from that, you would not think that that was a leopard in a tree. You really wouldn't. It looks like part of the tree. So only when you know what you're looking for would you actually be able to spot her, because where she is, she's chosen such a good spot. There is cover from pretty much every angle around her, and this is perfect. This is instinct for a leopard. It's part of what makes them so successful and so good at adapting. So she will have learned from a very young age to start pulling her carcasses up trees, to start hoisting them. But this instinct to hide it, they actually learn from watching when they're really young. They'll watch their mother, so she would have watched her and Shasha together, would have watched Sibui before she hoisted something up a tree, maybe pulling out the entrails and trying to bury them to cover the scent, and then pulling it as high up a tree as possible and sticking it in a corner with lots of foliage. If it's possible in winter, it's not as easy. But it's such an important skill for any leopard to have. And she's still tucking in. She has not taken a break. So you'll probably find what she's doing, because she spent so long resting today, she didn't eat a lot. Her stomach is not full. She's come back. It's quite a young impala carcass or a young impala lamb. So there's not a lot of meat. It's not going to last her 3-4 days. It'll last her maybe still tonight and a bit of tomorrow. And so what she'll do now is she'll feed as quickly as she can, because now that it's cooler, other leopards are going to be moving, hyenas are going to be moving. And there's a chance that even if a hyena gets attracted here, that another leopard will get attracted by the hyena and could climb up the tree and steal that carcass from her. So she wants to eat as much as possible now that other predators are going to be moving, so that if something happens, she knows she's had a solid meal for the effort that she's put in, for the energy she's spent. She's getting energy back. And at the same time, if she manages to eat enough now, then she's got the rest of the night to do everything else she needs to do. She's back in a territory that she's been away from for quite a while. So she'll be scent marking, she'll be looking for other leopards, possibly males. She'll be moving around. And so she wants to have as much energy in, but also have enough time to prepare for anything. And so a quick meal is the way to go now that it's cool enough. We are going to stick around for a little bit longer and see what happens. I'm hoping she doesn't drop the carcass by accident. And we'll switch over into infrared just now.
We're just watching the buffalo cross in front of us, the last little bit of light. They get spooked quite easily when the sun's going down. We're going to try and edge forward to keep up with them, but they are heading to a sort of tricky signal area. But for now, as they're all running away for us, we are just going to sit here and admire these beautiful landscape views as the buffaloes cross our path. We are going to keep bumbling on and try to keep up with these buffaloes. Now the buffalo have gone to East Dam. I don't know how long our signal will hold up, I'm afraid. I think Davy and Rowan did quite well on Rusty the other day, but Wendy doesn't perform well here. I'll try. They're all crossing exactly to believe that's where they came in from. I think it's not going to work for us, but you guys are going to head over to Tessa.
So we have switched over to infrared. You can see it's changed the perspective quite a lot because we're in that awkward phase now where the light is dropping really quickly. I can still see with the naked eye, it's not dark, but there's not enough light. And so we switched over to infrared, but with the amount of foliage in the tree, that's what's catching the light. And so it's kind of putting you in quite a dark shadow. But it is nice because you can see the silhouette a little bit and you can see her shape. She is still feeding very consistently. She has not stopped. And I think definitely that attitude of getting as much in as possible before she has to leave for whatever reason, just in case. Preparing. Natural instinct tells them to prepare for anything. It is the wild after all. So she did actually pick up the carcass just now. It definitely looks like it's about half a carcass left. And she's plucking some fur now so that she can get access to some more meat. But I don't think that she will be here the rest of the night. I think she'll probably end up leaving by the morning because there's not that much meat actually left on this carcass. Wow, you can really see those whiskers in this light. It's no wonder I noticed them first. Okay, now she's more settled. Lying down, so this shows us she's going to be here for a little while. She's comfortable and she's going to keep feeding. We, on the other hand, though, cannot stay for much longer. With the infrared the way it is, with the foliage and the light dropping, I think it's actually probably better if we leave her and find other things on the way home. It is a little bit far with the distance of the light, and all that foliage definitely doesn't give us a very good view. I can see leaves more than anything. Dark mane lover, I've never heard of an incident of a leopard getting permanently stuck in the branches. I can imagine there have been a lot that have gotten themselves into very tricky situations, especially youngsters. Youngsters that are just learning to climb trees, but also just learning to become independent. I'm sure they must get themselves into very sticky and tricky situations. But I've never heard of one becoming so stuck that they cannot get loose. It might have happened, but they're so agile and so fluid with their movements that I wouldn't think it would be a very big concern. I've heard about leopards getting stuck in fences and things like that, man-made objects, which I can understand. It's not a pleasant thing to think about, but I have heard of it happening. But I haven't heard of one getting stuck in the branches of a tree. I've seen many a very cute sighting of cubs going up and not being so good at coming back down. They always find a way down eventually, but they do look a bit stuck for a while and a bit confused as to what they should be doing. And often they'll call for mom as though she can help, but she lets them do it on their own. It's the best way to learn. She's chasing flies. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to call it there. I think we're going to leave her. The light is dropping substantially. So I'm going to make my way out of the sighting. And while I do that and find my way back to the road, we'll head back over to Lauren with her buffaloes.
We're just watching all the buff crossover. These ones are running. It's strange seeing buffalo running. They're just not the most elegant runners. Big, heavy, cumbersome bodies. Look, they're excited to go to Sydney's Dam. Males. Oh, the boys. Typical. That's them all crossing over. Left Juma now into Buffalo's Hook. Wealthy, pretty much. Buffaloes do travel in a herd. It's safer. They're herd animals, dilute their own presence, if you like. It's better the other one getting taken than it is you. I'm going to try and move. I don't know how it'll work here. But you will find the older males who are grumpy. They're past their reproductive peak. They've got aches and pains, and they're just not the happiest of chappies. We call them dagger boys. You will find them on their own. Rarely will you find a female on her own. They are herd animals. You will find them traveling together, and they will travel with the males. But once they get older, they just want to be on their own. Or you can find a small group, like a very small bachelor herd. Now again, I don't have a spotlight. So we shall work with what we have. But we can't go any further. We really do go into a signal dip, and the buffalo have naturally gone to Sydney's Dam. So it means we're now in the northwest, so we may as well just work this area and see what we can find. Maybe something will have crossed in. Have we still got signal? This is amazing if we have. I know many of you are asking about Shadulu. The last I heard, she was standing with cubs, and I heard plural cubs, which makes me think two, at Simbambili Dam. But since then, I really haven't heard anything. I will do my best to get some updates. Can you get anything from... Oh, actually, Davi, I'll try and get a better position for you. I would also love to see Shudulu with little bambinos. So that's Sydney's Dam, and if we are still live, then this is remarkable. Something has changed in the realm of signal. Magic is happening. Wow, we are so live. This is incredible. I don't think I've gone live here in forever. I had a cheetah here not so long ago and we couldn't go live with it. It just shows you. Signal comes, signal goes. Well, this, everyone, is Sydney's Dam. I think they actually call it Baobab Dam now, but I've always known it as Sydney's. Did you get that name, Dobby?
Yogesh.
Yogesh. Ah, that's a tough one. I would imagine so. I would imagine so. It's bone after all. And they're not going to go back. That is, that horn snapped. So it's difficult to assess pain on another organism. But I would imagine, just like if we snapped a bone, that it would hurt on some level. It looked to be healed. But I definitely think that it would hurt on some level. I wonder what happened. Got a hippo in there too. I'm overjoyed we get signal here. I really can't believe it. Because if you think about bone, there's a lot of tissue in there. And therefore, when there's tissue, there's all sorts of... And therefore, when there's tissue, there's all sorts of nerve endings. And therefore, it would be painful. And whenever you dehorn an animal, any animal, I'm not just talking about a rhino, you use anesthetic. And that's to numb the area. So snapping a horn without any of that... I think that would be really, really painful.
I have left the lovely Langa. She was still feeding, and I think she's going to have a very happy night with a full belly. Now I'm just bumbling back towards Juma, towards Gowrie, Maine. Quite incredibly, the wind has actually dropped almost completely. Seems like there's just a very light breeze at the moment. Scrub hair. Okay, there it goes. It's doing a bit of a zigzag in front of us there, and then it put on the speed and disappeared. Very typical scrub hair in the evening. So I don't want to shine my lights on it. There we go. Safely into the grass. So now what I'm looking for is pretty much anything nocturnal, so any of the other nocturnal predators, also things like owls, chameleons. Chameleons are actually diurnal, but you can see them at night with an infrared light, which is quite amazing. You might even find some snakes out there. Actually looks like it's a full moon, almost full moon. I think in general tonight's pretty good for the nocturnals. It's a nice pleasant warm temperature, but not cold, not hot. I wonder what we will find on our way back towards camp. Okay, so I'm just about to get back to Gowrie, Maine, which is the cut line. I'm just giving a scrub hair some space to move out of the road. Definitely don't want to scare it with my lights. Definitely don't want to put it at a disadvantage. So I'm just very carefully checking up the boundaries. So when you're going onto any of the boundaries, you can see quite far. Okay, now the cubs versus kittens debate, it actually comes in with size. So because it's a big cat, it's not as close. Big cats, they ended up calling cubs, where the smaller cats, the servals, caracals, those are kittens. It's just a size thing. The big cat, I don't think would sound nearly as big if it was a kitten instead of a cub. So that's where the main
Hello everyone, you're back with us. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened to Rusty, but they will reappear. I'm actually driving a road that I haven't driven since coming back. Sandy Patch Road. I'm in awe of the fact that we got signal in Sydney's Dam. I really can't believe it. Well, we weren't quite at Sydney's Dam, but outside of it. Unless some things on the road are hanging off the vegetation to the side of the car, I'm probably not going to find it. I really hope I get a spotlight soon. And a radio. I do eat carrots, so I eat a lot of carrots on drive. The poor cameraman just hear me crunch. So my night vision should be solid. I always got told as a child, eat your carrots, you'll be able to see at night. I don't entirely know how robust that is. And also don't eat your crusts on your bread or you'll get curly hair. But I love crusts and I would kill for curly hair. My hair is so straight. Okay, Davy, I don't know how we could possibly spot a leopard without a spotlight, but we may see a shadow moving. So let's at least try. Lara Moore, hello there. Maybe we can show you. Davy can come out of infrared. He is in infrared. Oh, if I just put the... Oh, there we go. There we go. Just for you, Lara Moore, since you have been watching and given me comments since the Dive Live days. It actually does look really heavy, doesn't it? Sorry about that, everyone. But you're back with us. We're back live. Oh, I see eye shine in my headlights. I have a funny feeling it's Impala. Really? More buffalo. I'm going to keep my lights on now just for safety until I get closer. Wow! We're now on Rotella access, everyone. I wonder if this is the hair this morning. They're all a bit looks like it. Wow. So it's either the same hair that have split or two different hairs. I would imagine it'd be two different hairs, but I'm just gonna drive really slowly. Naturally, my light is limited. We're almost at power lines. This has to be the hair from this morning. I assumed it was the others. Maybe these are the stragglers. I don't know if we'll get any views. It's very thick here. Yeah, I think they've all skedaddled. We're just going to keep crawling along slowly and see if we can see any other signs of the buffalo. We're just crawling along at night time. Ah, the buffalo have long gone. They get very spooked at night time, buffalo. But we are in infrared, but we're just going to give you views of what it looks like through the infrared camera as we bumble along. All the vegetation, you may even pick out some eyeshine. You can probably see more than I can from the infrared. Maybe we'll get a chameleon. Chameleons are pretty easy to find. It's eerie in the night. The moon is very full, though I don't actually know if it is full moon today, but it's very full. So there's a lot of ambient light. Fresh hyena tracks. Interesting, because I can smell you. You can smell hyena. Okay, we're gonna keep bumbling into the night and hopefully we get lucky.
Okay, so I'm just giving another scrub here right of way again. Definitely a lot of scrub hairs in the road tonight. I am approaching a small drainage line. It's quite a tricky one, so I do need my lights for this one because we've had to pack it because it's so eroded. There we go. Perfect. So what I'm looking for is pretty much anything nocturnal at this point. I'd love to see an owl. I really, really would. Haven't seen an owl in a while. So That would be quite lovely. Oh, I can smell some shield bugs. Very, very strong smell. I think I might have got some stuck on me somewhere. Well, actually, no, I haven't gotten stuck with Rusty, believe it or not. I haven't gotten stuck with Wendy either, as far as I know. I don't think I've gotten stuck at all. I've had well, with Wendy in one day I had 3 flat tires, but not that I actively flattened 3 tires. I had 1 flat tire and changed it, and that one was not so good either. And then changed it again and finally found one. I've never had a flat tire with, oh wait, I have 1 flat tire with Rusty, and every time I get flat tires it seems that I'm with him 4. So him and I have changed, I think, 4 or 5 flat tires together now. But yeah, it's been quite interesting. I've never gotten stuck in any of these vehicles, but you should never say never, everybody. With my luck, as soon as I say I haven't gotten stuck, I will get stuck. So let's hope that's not about to happen. I did think we were nearly stuck in our Langa sighting today because Rusty decided to try not to start. He tried his tricks on me and I wasn't having any of it. So I had a stern talking to him and then he decided to give it a go again. But I got stuck a few times when I was at Ngala. Sorry, Catterday, Langa and Catterday, you're welcome. Yeah, it definitely is a Catterday today. Goodness, I didn't even realize it was weekend. It shows you. The only day I know it is today is the 15th because it's my brother's birthday. I didn't know it was Saturday though. Maybe that's why Langa came out today. Langa knew it was my brother's birthday and he loves leopards. Oh, I smell popcorn. Oh. Bryce, if you're listening, Mel, and everybody says happy birthday. Yeah, I can definitely smell popcorn. There's either been a genet or a leopard here. This is exciting. Imagine a last-minute leopard or last-second leopard on our way back to quarantine. I think it's been a spectacular day. Buffaloes, Langa, lions. It's just been mind-blowing today, and we're really appreciative that you joined us, and we hope we will see you tomorrow morning. We're looking forward to it. I think there'll be quite a few surprises. Don't know what we'll get, but there's always something good, whether it's an insect or an elephant.